Hello from my mom's house. What the flirp? Diddy going off the grid after his 3-month jail sentence. Wait, did he disappear? My Jays fans, Ontario. Nah, I'm not really a baseball person, but it's been fun. I am late, I'm sorry. Did you do an accidental Saturday stream since I never got a notification Sunday? Was that last week or right now? What day is it now? I don't even know, bro. How you guys doing? You need to take a picture of you for Alright, so we're gonna take a picture. You guys are gonna say cheese. Can you guys say cheese for me? What am I doing for Halloween? I did go to a Halloween party yesterday and got extraordinarily drunky. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Queso. Alright. Let's get it up. Let's get it up. That's what she said. Alright. Anyways. What's up? What is up with y'all? You're so violently hung today. Hung? Or hungover? You see normal names? Yeah, I see everyone's like at. It's like at Justin Balas. And yeah, it's not really showing like the normal things, which is kind of funny. I sound tired. I'm a little tired. I drank heavily last night. Didn't even really make it through the night. Came back. Sobered up. Ate shitty. And then I'm just gonna I just been fasting all day today. Just had some business meetings. Boob tube Joel. What'd you do with my boob tubes? What's my go-to drink? Honestly, I just had... Last night I was drinking... Also, this lady's voice is annoying as shit. Holy fuck. Yeah, she has to constantly scream. It was cranberry vodka. That was my vibe last night. Did I dress up? I did, yeah. I was Waldo. Got the most high fives I've ever got in my entire life, man. So many fucking high fives. Everybody wants to meet him. Whiskey's where it's at. Yeah, whiskey's... I mean, I guess if it's by itself, you can do some whiskey on the rocks or some shit. Or I guess what would you mix it with? Like a brown soda or something like that. But I don't know. I need something cleaner. Something like... I need that Dan Aykroyd alien skull shit. You know what I'm saying? Make a hot Zelda. That would be sick. There's that one guy from Slushy Noobs. I don't know if you've seen that channel. It's pretty funny. But like the guy Hamza, he dressed up as like a full-on green makeup witch, and it's so fucking funny. I don't know why it's so funny to me, but those guys. I initially didn't like those guys at all, but now they've grown on me like a delicious tumor. Wow. Anyways, what's new, guys? Anything cool happening on Earth that I need to know about? ASAP Rocky. Do I believe in dimensional travel? Do you mean like in Half-Life traveling to like Zen, when they go like from Earth to like Zen through the Cascade All Halo's coming to PS5. I did see that they like remade it in the in Unreal. They made it in Unreal 5, Halo Combat Evolved 1. What's up, Oxy? Sophia, you got married. Dude, nice. Congratulations. How's that going? Did you have a big thing? Or was it a small thing and you guys are going to go on a super expensive honeymoon? Honeypoon. Womp. Everybody's name's different tonight. Can we put YouTube back to how it was? I don't like the change. Yeah, it's a little odd, isn't it? It's like I'm kind of used to seeing people's names, and now I got to look at profile pictures. You love deep house music? Yeah, same. Kind of helps you zone out a little bit. In the same way I feel like the liquid DMB usually is. Intertwined thought of other use on time strands. Oh, okay. Interesting. You know, it's all like fun science fiction. Who knows? Maybe the more we talk about it, the more it comes true. But, I don't know. I've been getting like hit with so many times, like, and I usually notice it happens when I'm like around a lot of people, but like sometimes you just like look at other human beings and you're like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is going on? What do I even do? What am I supposed to be doing right now? I partied all night, or it was an early party? It surprisingly started early. Like, it was at like this club, and it started at like 5. I guess we got there at like 6. And yeah, I just it's one of those things where you just get drunk way too fast, and then you're just kind of fucked. But it's fine. My YouTube name is there instead of my name. Yeah, it's strange. I thought you were watching the Steelers game. No. How are they doing? How's old Aaron Rodgers? Is he chucking the piggy skin? I thought, what's his name? Joe Flacco, when he did that more recent interview, I think after his like last win, because you know the Bengals picked him up and stuff, and I think he started and won or whatever. But anyways, they were asking him like what it's been like getting his family to a new location. He's like, well, actually they've stayed back, you know. It's like, you know, the kids got their routines, and he's basically just saying how it's kind of nice. Like him being on his own somewhere else where he can just go eat dinner by himself is actually like a really pleasant thing for him, to just like get away from like screaming kids and family and stuff. And he was like, you know, I used to see those guys who were like eating by themselves at the bar, watching games and stuff, and feel kind of bad for them. And now I realize that they were in like heaven. And I kind of wonder, maybe I'm in heaven right now and I don't even realize it. Rupee, welcome back for 31 months. Yo, 31 months. What's up, my boy? Hope all is well. Thank you, Rupee. Thank you for, hopefully you checked out has anybody checked out the newest bonus content? The hotel story. Let me know your thoughts. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, guys. I sound crisp today. A crisp apple pie. We had a nice reset. And Samira, welcome back for 17 months. Good to see you. You love having your full government name on display. Yeah, they're switching it up. Soon YouTube's going to force everyone to have their digital ID front and forward, which is fucking stupid. Does the government ever just like stop being mean about everything? Just like constantly making worse and worse decisions. Can I hear other people's comments on this thing? Hear them? Can I hear your guys' voices in my head? I can. All night, every night. Am I hungover? I actually feel really good. I'm just tired, you know. Do you guys have heard of Cheers? It's like basically this, what is it? What is Cheers? Let's look it up. Not the show, but it's like a little, support your liver. Oh yeah, there's 2 of them. There's a liver support one, but yeah, it's a hangover remedy, exactly. And honestly, Cheers is like hardcore a lifesaver. Yeah, all of your voices are chipmunks. I know. Yeah, it was like a week early Halloween party, but at least I can say I did it. The government has to make bad decisions that look good, or else a bunch of angry Karens will yell at them and try to get people to vote the other guy. Yeah, but I honestly do wonder to what extent, like, any of the... I don't know. Is any of it weird? Or any of it real? Or is it just like already a predetermined outcome, and then they just kind of like give us the talking points, and we just sort of as sheeple just sort of absorb them and say them out loud without really questioning anything? Like just the sheer fact that there's like PC speech, politically correct speech, or just stuff that you like technically can't talk about, isn't that kind of just strange in and of itself? Oh, you can't say that. And it's like, what? Why? I don't know. Whatever. I always talk about this shit. Doesn't matter who's in office. They'll all hang out at the same bar at night. Selection, non-election. That's how I feel too, honestly. I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, your biggest effect in the political spectrum is going to be like local stuff. Like getting involved in like your start, it's going to start with you, and then it starts with your family, and then it starts with your community. And that's where you got to start if you really want to like make any change. Trying to like just like scree and ree about like the world all the time, it's not going to accomplish anything. You know what I mean? So what's the point? Join local militia? I mean, maybe. I don't know how that all works. I mean, I assume like every state has various like local militia clubs or whatever, and they just kind of like do adult tag or something. All it takes for evil to rule the world is for a few good men to do nothing. I'm one of them. I'm too busy playing Mega Bonk. Alright. Anyways, guys, we got some interesting stories tonight. Off the grid militia. Shit. I'm gonna drop my remote control. Too busy ripping my pubes out. Ripping my little furries straight out of the chest. Digital ID sucks now, but it'll probably break down and be worthless in another decade or so. Why do you think so? I feel like it's just gonna get tighter. Like, I feel like the government, once it takes something from you or implements something new, it like never goes away, really. Tonight's theme is off the grid stories, and these should be pretty interesting. We got 3 of them tonight. Yeah, join my militia, guys. 0 more Halloween. Yeah, no more Halloween stories left. We pretty much exhausted the supply on that until next year. And yeah, but if you got any more you want to send in, let's read submissions at gmail.com. 3 long ones. Yeah, they're pretty long. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. My government rants don't even mean anything. It's just like so hard saying the same fucking shit over and over again, and it just kind of like... So I think that's what frustrates me about this like current situation with the NBA and the betting scandal with those like Italian mob families kind of like running shit, is that like for a while I used to be like, oh, sports ball, I used to, when I was like probably younger, like, oh, sports ball, it's just a distraction. But then I realized, I'm like, dude, distractions are awesome. I love being distracted. That's why I do them. That's why I allow myself to get distracted from what I don't even know. It's just like it feels good. But now, coming to the conclusion and just seeing the evidence that like these players based on like sports betting will just like throw the game, or try to like, the refs will, show benefit to the Chiefs or the Eagles or whoever the fuck to like match some spread. It just like completely kills any of that, like, that love for the bread and circus that was once there. And then it's like on top of, the FBI probing the NBA for like some betting scandals. At the same time, did Congress not just vote to allow the NIL and the NCAA players to like do sports betting? Because like before, they weren't allowed to use any of their money to do sports betting, and now it's like they're permitting them to do so. Like, doesn't that seem like really abstract and strange? You have enough peeps that join this chat to be watched. Whatever, fuck that, I don't care. I mean, it's not like I'm really saying any... Dude, everyone always acts like there's so many, like, oh, crazy fucking... Or this guy on the internet says way too much crazy shit, or this person on the internet says too much crazy shit on whatever spectrum, why they determined whatever spectrums there is, I don't really know. But have you ever just, like, talked to normal people day to day? They're not like internet people. They're not like the news. They're not like... They don't talk like the shit that is PC or permitted. Every person you fucking talk to, by definition, probably has some degree of quote-unquote extreme opinion. And it's so stupid that's just how it's felt. It's mainly just to keep you from, I don't know, to like sort of loosely publicly shame each other in like domestic conversation. But in reality, it's like most people are just kind of like that. Like that's just their baseline thought process. Yeah, normal people are not like the internet people. The internet people are like, I can't tell if they're AI or fake or weird. Well, they're definitely weird, but they're not real. They're not like real. They don't actually have any power. They scree and ree at you, or they scree and ree. It has to be AI at this point. This like falsified sense of some majority, some majority opinion, but they're not real. It's all just like baloney bajoni. Bayono, welcome back for 3 years. Happy 3 years of my favorite YouTuber who I have zero parasocial connection to, and also a 30-year-old dude from PA who doesn't want to be best buds one day. Who knows, maybe. You might catch me at a Squeagles game. But thank you so much for 3 years, my friend. It's always good to see you. Rage Bait Farms, yeah. But I'm kind of, the theory is that the internet people are real people when you give them an ounce of anonymity. What do you mean? Like they'll just say whatever, they'll say what they actually think when they're anonymous or whatever. Fuck. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. I've said essentially nothing thus far, but now I'm about to say a whole lot with these scary stories. Not long after I started my second year of uni, I met a guy named Andy Stoker. There was something about a pattern to mine and Stoker's friendship. Oh, something of a pattern. Sarah, welcome back for 28 months. Member for 28, been here since 2017. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate you. It's easier reading people after being around them physically longer to gauge emotions. It's easier reading people after being around them physically longer to gauge emotions. What are you talking about? Did you watch El Clasico today? I did not. No. What is the Clasico? Is it football? When people feel their identity is protected, they'll tell you what they really think. Yeah, and is really, I guess, is that big a deal? Is that like a big deal, honestly? Like if you really think about it, like people having like wild and crazy thoughts, everyone does. Everyone has a wild and crazy thought. It's only their wild and crazy actions that actually mean anything, right? So like why, I don't know why everyone cares so much. Real Madrid versus Barcelona. It was El Clasico. That's right. Yeah, I figured it was football. Surprisingly, there's a bunch of people that like soccer outside of the United States. It's not even women. It's men that like it. Alright. There was something of a pattern to mine and Stoker's friendship. Stalker. Andy, I think it's Stalker. I don't know. Stoker looks, it's Stalker for sure. Not long after I started my second year of uni, I met a lad named Andy Stalker. And there was something of a pattern to mine and Stalker's friendship, one which invariably involved him getting me out of trouble. Like the time he got me a job at the bar he was a supervisor at and I somehow lost my shoes. And I had to call him to say something like, "Mate, I can't come to work, I've lost my shoes." And then when I assured him that it wasn't an excuse, he loaned me some money for a taxi into town so I could buy a new pair. And that was just one of the many times he pulled my butt out of the fire, and by the time we graduated, I'd have done pretty much anything for Stalker. But little did I know that I'd do anything for him promise was going to be put to the test in the most rigorous way possible. After graduation, me and Stalker ended up moving in together, and then about a year later he announced that he was going to be traveling around Thailand for 6 months. Now I was gutted that he was leaving, but I was actually made up that he was doing something so cool, and then it was bear hugs all around when the day of his departure came. Now after that, we kept in touch, which was how I found out that he was staying in Thailand for another 6 months. But then a month or two after that, he stopped replying to my emails. I didn't think anything of it at first, but when 1 week without hearing from him turned into 3, I sent him a message asking if he was alright and how the trip was going. About a week later, he replied saying that everything was fine and he was in the very far north of Thailand visiting a sort of commune. He explained that there was a village out there in the middle of nowhere where tourists could sort of live wild for a while before going back to civilization. Now he'd been up to all kinds of crazy stuff out there. He'd learned how to drive, how to perform traditional Thai tattoos, and he went all dungaroos. So a lot of kids grow up playing when they're outside and they're broke since they can't afford video games. They don't have American football. Yeah, and it's easier too because you're not like hitting each other. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. People I understand that the whole world besides America is very much into football. I get it. I just am not. Stories so good help me sleep every night. Thanks, Garbs. Good to see you. What countries have I been to? Honestly, not really too far. I mean, I obviously went to Australia last year, and then which was pretty limited because it was just in like Perth. So it's not like I really got to see that much. And Perth is a nice area, but it's just kind of like, it's just sort of like whatever as far as like it's just like a nice, safe city, just chill. And then obviously Canada, but really not that far, just to like the Niagara Falls and then down to whenever I went to the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, just down there in the Caribbean vibes. Never been to Canada, Mexico, Spain. Never been to Mexico, never been to Spain. It would be cool to go to both at some point, Is Seattle a different country? I think it should be. It's got my favorite autonomous zone. What's the favorite place I've been to? I mean, the most fun I had was in Jamaica, just because it was like, it was this all-inclusive resort, and it was for a wedding, and everybody that was at the wedding was just like fun people my age and stuff, so it was just like, we just drank the whole time. Like, it's so nice to, like, you swim up to a bar and just drink. Like, that's so wild to me, and then you have your own private beach, and it's just a good time, you know what I mean? Everything's contained within this little area, and then if you want to go anywhere, you just kind of like take a little taxi down to a club or whatever, But obviously there's a lot of like poverty and all that kind of shit. That's kind of an eyesore, if I do say so. I'm just kidding. Season Bronco ticket holder. Took my 8-year-old my nephew today. He loves the Broncos more than me. First time spending one-on-one time with him, and it was amazing. And we took the W. I saw that Cowboys lost, as per usual. But the Broncos are looking not too shabby, I'll be honest with you. What's his name? Bo Nix or something? It's pronounced Australia. Down in Australia. Did you decide to use your YouTube handles instead of your YouTube account name? I wasn't surprised. I was surprised when I typed my @handle came up instead of my channel name. I mean, I have no say over what shows up in the chat or how that's formatted. It might just be like one of those weird things where like somebody at YouTube puts a 0 instead of a 1 in the wrong place, and now everybody's like social security number pops up and shit. Been a lot of places, so I've only been to different states from west and east and north, south. It's all good. I mean, it's funny in the United States, it's even when you go to Hawaii where it's like looks like Jurassic Park, it's still the same shit. You know what I mean? It's just the same concept of like highways interconnecting Pizza Huts and various other shopping, areas. I mean, the coolest part about Hawaii when I went there was just the fact that like every day we could do a long hike in some cool place and then end up at like a beach. And it was like you do a hike, do a beach, meanwhile exploring everything else or whatever. Portland is a wasteland. I haven't been. What football team do I swing for? I can't say. You guys will kill me. Just kidding. It is kind of awkward though that everybody's name is their handles, because like their handles are a little bit more complicated than baseline names. So like I wanted to say hello to Clock In and Talkin', but like for my brain to process it with like all the words smushed together as one, it's like it's not as efficient, you know what I'm saying? Love Northern Minnesota as well. Michigan up. I bet Joel is a Chargers fan. He's the only fan they have. Yeah, the Chargers are struggling. Spooky experiences on your hikes. Not really. Just like bears. You know what I mean? You see like a baby bear run in front of you. You're like, oh fuck, where's mom? Cooper with the 5 says, you're a Chiefs fan. No, God, no. Fuck the Chiefs. Sorry. But like, I'm just so sick of it. I'm so sick of this, like, the refs, like, clearly going out of their way to, like, make the difference in their games that always tend to just be, like, a 1-score game or some shit, you know what I mean? And there is fucking nothing. There is nothing that pisses me off more than dipshit Patrick Mahomes tiptoeing down the sideline, right? He tiptoes down the sideline as he takes off on a run after his whole fucking O-line like held the defense all day, you know what I mean? Just hold. He goes off on a run, scrambling, and he tiptoes down the sideline, and if a defensive player, they're like literally not allowed to fucking breathe or piss in his direction, or they're ejected from the game and fucking probably fined $100,000. But Mahomes, the a-hole that he is now getting like so brave in the sense that he'll tiptoe down the line, and instead of having the respect, knowing that the defensive player cannot hit him without calling a huge penalty, he'll fucking like truck them. He'll sit there, and while they like lay off the gas a little bit to kind of like bump him out of bounds, he'll sit there and put a shoulder in them and try to lay him out. And it's just like, you're not tough, bro. You're not fucking tough, man. Like, one of these days, one of the players, and I hope they fucking do, just absolutely send him to concussion land and he doesn't remember his last name. You know what I mean? I'm just so fucking sick of looking at his dumbass face. Do you hate the Chiefs more than the prime Patriots or the prime Cowboys? I hate the Chiefs probably more than the Patriots and prime Cowboys. Just because it's like they're being carried. They're being carried all the way to the Super Bowl, and I mean, I don't know. There's just been so many games that get like decided by like one score. It's like a fucking script. It's like, oh, this is the modern. We got to get them to the fucking Pfizer Super Bowl or the fucking, Taylor Swift. Just I don't care about their stupid ass shit. Like, let them play games, and that's it. I don't care about the extracurricular nonsense. I don't speak sports, but I'm tired of the Chiefs. Yeah, no one wants to fucking look at them anymore, and I don't know who they paid off or how they paid it off, or is it? I mean, could someone do some investigative shit and find out like I assume they can find it's this specific group of referees, right? It's always this one specific group of referees, and anytime you're in Chiefs home territory, you're just like fucked. You have to play like out of your goddamn mind. Where can you listen to Let's Read ad-free without having video on? I guess it would just be YouTube. Like, you would have to get the YouTube Premium or whatever, right? And then you can like turn your phone or the screen off, and then there would just be no ads. Spotify, you could do Spotify and get like no ads or something, probably with a premium thing over there. I'm not super familiar with it, but you probably would end up having to listen to some of my like baked in ad reads, you know, where I like talk about whatever random product or whatever. Trav Squish with the 2 says acrobat apricots can hold their breath for 2 kilograms. I've been saying that for years. The NFL investigated themselves and found no wrongdoing. Exactly. It's just stupid. Like, just why not have just an authentic league? I get it. There's money to be made, you know, and whoever's the highest bidder wins or whatever. But hi, I'm from Jamaica. I want to let you know we love you before we get wiped off the map by Melissa. We're about to get cooked. Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear that. I was curious if we made it through hurricane season, but I guess there's still all of November to get through, and I'm really sorry to hear that. But love you too. Love Jamaica. Where did I find Dylan is chilling? Yeah, that's Chills. The guy who does this voice. Remember Top 5's Chills. Full Grown Pizza. Mischievous Dog. But he does a music career, and he just like dropped a new single. And I'm always going to support my boy Chills. Why do you think the NFL has so many partnerships with gambling companies? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It sucks. Just like kind of trying to push everybody towards that like degenerate. Well, it's so stupid. It's like they want to push you towards like that degenerate lifestyle of gambling all the time. It's like so addictive, right? But then it's not even like legit. So you're not even actually getting a true experience of like randomness, you know? It's like none of it's it's just and I guess that's what it is. It's the National Entertainment Football League. Like it's just not real anymore. And it just makes me sad. And yeah, same with the NBA. Like obviously you see those guys like Chauncey Billups and that other player Xavier or whatever, like clearly just fucking throwing so that they can, I don't know. And then that one, I think it was on the Golden State Warriors or something, one of the players on the sideline, including fucking Steph Curry, you can see them on the sideline like whispering shit to each other whenever they weren't gonna like make the spread or something, or they had to like win by 11, right? They had to win by 11 to like make some betting spread. And then right at the end, one of their guys who was in there hits some 3, so puts them up by 14. Their team just won. And these guys are on the sideline going like, oh my God, like hands on their head, like they're freaking the fuck out because, you know, now they're up 14 and it doesn't match the spread or whatever. And it's just like everybody's, I don't know, it just sucks. Nothing's real. What's up, Finksy? Went to the mob museum that Mahomes is funding. He's funding a mob museum. What the fuck? Are they just like do you think they just like launder money through these players? The mob? You never get ads during the live streams. Yeah, I don't think I run ads during the actual live stream. It always tells me I should, but I don't know. It like no one would ever come. Like I only have 250 people right now out of a 1 million subscriber channel. You know, it's like I need to get as many people as I can and not piss them off with ads. Haven't tried Whataburger, sadly, now. Love your videos, bro. I'm listening right now, trying to calm down from panic attacks. Love from Norway. Thank you, yeah. Oh, wait, your name's Robin? Oh, no, it's Robin Hood. I was going to say, we know a Robin from Norway here who does all my visuals. The angel man himself. I haven't gotten an ad in many months. Premium is worth it. Premium is worth it, especially the fact that you like, a lot of my YouTube existence is just listening to stuff. So the fact that I can just like turn something on like a podcast and turn my screen off on my phone, or you know, fall asleep to something, it's just so nice. Can you download videos and watch with your screen off? I believe that's a premium service as well, or that's like part of premium. You can download it so you're offline, but you still have to be like on the app itself or something. Not actually funding it. I said I went to the Chiefs game in Vegas, didn't drink or gamble, but I went to the Mob Museum. Earlier comment, I said Mahomes owes the mob. Oh, okay. It's weird though. It just seemed, do any of these players, like, are they all owned by the mob, you know, the Italian mafia in some weird way? One of the 5 families or some stupid shit? I don't know. I used to think like the mob just didn't exist anymore, but I guess that's the greatest trick they ever pulled on you. Please don't run ads in your live. This is the only live left I listen to that doesn't, and I don't listen to the other ones anymore. Yeah, it's such a pain in the ass, right? I mean, you like, every time I go to a nice like stream on Twitch or whatever, I'm like, what's this guy up to? And then it's like, I don't really care that much, right? I don't give that many shits about their stream, but I just want to pop in and see what's going on. And then you get a fucking like 2-minute ad and you're like, you just immediately click off. I just click off. I don't care. I'll go do something else with my ADHD rattled brain. You never piss me off. I always check in and give like every video. I don't want to chat much anymore. Love you guys. Hey, thanks, Surat. The mob will always exist. I mean, there's going to be so many different mobs, right? There's going to be the Italian mob, the Jewish mob, the fucking Pakistani mob. Like, there's always going to be some group of like ethnic individuals that like want to put, you know, their particular ethnic group to the forefront in like a, you know, doing illicit activities like Crips, Bloods, all that shit, you know. I mean, yeah, there is quite literally an Amish mob. I listen a lot when I'm cooking and cleaning, working or something. Nice, yeah, same. You kind of need to turn your phone off when you do it just so you can kind of do your other task. That's the same with me. The Italian and Irish mafia families are still around. They're just in high places like politics and other. Yeah, exactly. Like some of these mobs, they get here, you know, post World War II or whatever, you know what I mean? And then they start to organize. And by this point, it's like they run banks. They run, you know, various racketeering operations. Like you know, to sit there and pretend like these groups haven't evolved or integrated themselves with the government would just be, it'd be stupid. I mean, honestly, when you really sit there and think about like the CIA, is the CIA or Mossad or any of those groups, are they not just extensions of some like old school mafia group, right? Who use blackmail and, you know, control narcotics trade and human trafficking and all that kind of stuff to get what they want at all costs. Honestly, that would be the brilliant thing to do, is like you continue your mob, but then you sit there and convince the population that you're actually a good mob. We're actually a really good mob. We protect you. We protect everyone, actually. And it's all for national security. I've been doing 20 to 25K steps a day and my ass has never been this pumped. Nice, that's awesome. The ASAP mob. Hi, Joe, I'm so grateful for you. I wouldn't be able to sleep without you. Much love. Thank you. Good to see you. Mob is such a weird word. The more you say it, the less it sounds. Yeah, it's like every word. Ointment. Ointment. Oinkment. An oinkment is a pork-flavored mint. I'm having surgery on Halloween to remove the polyps from my throat. Pray for me. Oh man, I'm really sorry to hear that. Definitely will pray for you. And polyps from the throat. That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that. How do you pronounce room? Room. 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 Get to your room. 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 Roof. Rough. Roof. How to pronounce garage? Garage. 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 What's up, guys? It's Garage here. Aluminium. Okay. He'd been up to all kinds of crazy stuff out there. He'd learned how to drive, how to perform traditional Thai tattoos. He went to all these Buddhist temples to undergo mini monk training too. So I thought the commune thing was just another one of his little adventures. Now that message was the last I heard from Stalker via email. When a full 2 months elapsed and I still hadn't heard from him again, I started to worry that he'd sort of like moved on or something, and had found new friends among the people he was traveling with. And it hurt thinking that he didn't care enough to make time to email me, but I wasn't his owner, so those sorts of thoughts made me feel guilty enough to shove all my worries down and ignore them. But then maybe a week or so after a 2-month period of silence had elapsed, I got a call from Stalker's mom, and she did not sound happy. I thought Stalker would be keeping in touch with his mom as a matter of priority, so to hear that he hadn't only cemented Mummy dearest, you're a beefitarian. Did you guys hear that there's like increased cases of the Lone Star tick causing people to become allergic to like red meat? Isn't that kind of fucking crazy? I think it was, I don't know how many years ago, but it was like 6,000 cases, and now we're at like 450,000 cases. Like, that's terrifying. What's up, Shannon? Maybe a week or two before period of silence. Okay, that's what it was. Lone Star tick. That's what I heard. It was like a Lone Star tick or something. I don't know if they come out of Texas or what. Hey, Joe, I have a question. Let's hear it. Get my Sunday's Scary's fast food meal. Hell yeah, dude. But then maybe a week or so after a 2-month period of silence had elapsed, I got a call from Stalker's mom, and she did not sound happy. I thought Stalker would be keeping in touch with his mom as a matter of priority, so to hear that he hadn't only cemented my concern. When I told her that I hadn't heard from him either, she told me that she was going to contact the police over in Thailand to report him missing. I asked her to keep me updated, but when she did, it wasn't good news. The Thai police tracked Stalker down to some small jungle commune up near the border of Myanmar. He insisted he was fine and was there by his own free will, so the Thai police couldn't exactly drag him back to Bangkok since his visa was still valid. But when they asked him to get in touch with his family because they were worried about him, Stalker did no such thing. The police also said Stalker was looking very unwell when they found him, and from the way they... Dude, I wish I could just make it through an entire fucking massive story just with no issue. Lone Star wanna... You don't know how you'd react if you had a stalker. It would be a bit strange, especially in real life. Hello from Central America, Belize. Hello, hello. Have you given your permission for someone to use your voice on their channel for their videos? I have not, no. I mean, some of the animation ones, like, it's hard to control that as long as they, like, but I mean, to, like, just use my voice narration baseline, I think there's a lot of those channels that pop up. Thankfully, they don't make it very far, I guess, you know. They sent an email with the channel. Yeah, I think I saw the email, and it was only... Those channels only have, like, maybe 10 views on each video, so I'm not really too worried about it, you know. But I appreciate giving me the heads up. I give you permission to use my witch powers to smite your enemies. Dude, you have to do it for me, bro. I can't just hijack your witchiness. Does anyone else here, or maybe Joel, wear glasses or contacts? The insurance I have doesn't cover LASIK. I still want it. Has anyone had it done, and how much did it cost? Yeah, I think LASIK is like $5,000 each eye or something, so it's like 10 grand. I feel like maybe my friend did have insurance cover his, but I'm not exactly sure, unless he just like paid out of pocket or on some payment plan with like 0 interest or whatever. LASIK's ruined my friend's eyes. Really? What happened? Ever tried Dave's Hot Chicken? I sadly have not. I want to. Have I had formal narration training? I have not, no. I just kind of, I guess, taught myself or whatever. Listen to people do it and just copy them like a little bird. The police also said Stalker was looking very unwell when they found him, and from the way he spoke to them, they suspected that he was either heavily abusing drugs or was suffering some kind of mental health crisis. And we were devastated. Something was going on over there and Stalker was suffering. I had no idea what to do about it, but it turned out Stalker's mom had a plan. Stalker's dad passed away some years ago, and then since his sister was disabled and his mom had health problems, they were in no position to fly out to Thailand. But I was. I had the means and the will, and the only thing I was lacking was the funding. But Stalker's mom, Sue, said that she and his sister were willing to finance the entire trip. And it was surreal in the extreme, I'll be honest. Not just because of what was being asked of me, but because I thought if anything, Stalker would be the one having to rescue me from something like that. But I'd never have refused the request in a million years. So after sorting the time off with work, I flew off to Thailand to bring Stalker home. And after the 17-hour flight, I was absolutely exhausted, and that first 24 hours was spent catching up on rest and adjusting to the time zone. But then, once I was up and about again, Sue Stalker, aka Andy's mom, sent over an email detailing where I had to go and what I had to do. And that 17-hour flight turned out to be just the first leg of my journey, because the next phase involved a 14-hour bus ride from Bangkok to a small town in the far north. Nice, so. Nice soy. Is it nice soy? Anybody from Thailand? Are you going to put a little witch hat on your son? Maybe bat wings? Perhaps draw bones with cat chalk? What is cat chalk? Red meat is bad for you. Carbon credit score. Just ask the farmers. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I think the one thing I learned about red meat is that, like, all of the bullshit that gets put into, like, all of the endocrine disrupting shit that gets put into, like, seeds, right? Like pesticides and all that kind of stuff. Because, like, cows have, like, that, ruminating stomachs, or what is it? Ruminatory stomachs, is that what it's called? Where basically they have like the 4 chambers, where as they're consuming their cud or whatever, it goes through one chamber, then another chamber, then another. That by the time it, is absorbed into their, musculature, their meat, like a lot of that shit is kind of like worked out of them, like the endocrine disrupting sort of pesticide shit within the. What the hell do cows eat? I guess like what do cows eat? I guess just call it cud, but anyways, yeah, so like red meat is just like awesome. Like in my mind, like red meat is just great for you and your testosterone and grass, sorry. Jesus Christ, sorry. I'm like over-complicating that process. But yeah, beef is awesome. I think beef is great. And I think you should eat it. And the fact that like the government is like, hey, let's fucking, augment some genetic code within a Lone Star tick to like fuck with people's abilities to like process it. It doesn't mean I guess you can still eat like poultry and turkey and all that kind of stuff, but still, you're not going to be able to eat the burger. It makes you smarter. What does it do to make you smarter? It was developed by PETA. Does PETA have like biolabs and shit in America? Alpha-Gal is some bullshit. Yeah, that's right, the Alpha-Gal virus. Is it a virus or what is it? I read Thailand's king once broke his sister's leg. What the fuck? Look it up, crazy. Broke her sister. Could you go vegetarian, vegan? I could not. No, I remember I saw some like documentary on Netflix, and this was probably 2018, 19 or some shit, where there was I don't know. It was trying to make it was all like anecdotal stuff. The guy was just like, I've read hundreds of studies and it says vegan is so fucking cool. But then it turned out to be like, you're kind of like, it's just the cow's farts are destroying the whole world type bullshit, you know what I mean? And and then they had just these anecdotal experiences where these like pre-existing athletes, right, who are already like, you know, muscularly developed, probably from consuming animal proteins, are, you know, like the Titans or whatever. It was like the Titans team, like some of them went vegan and had some success in the playoffs. It's like big fucking whoop, you know what I mean? They had some vegan burritos, and probably when the cameras are off, they went right back to eating their chicken and beef like everybody else. I don't know. Halloween stories when? Oh, we got lots of those already on the channel, my friend. He was vegetarian for 11 years. It sucked. Yeah, I'm just not into it. And anyways, long story short, I did vegan for like a couple weeks, and it was just so annoying. Like, it was like you just constantly had to like try to find foods that were sort of similar, that still had like, it's like 10,000 ingredients and everything just to make a sausage taste like a sausage. It's still like heavily processed dog shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, and like, don't eat bugs. Fuck the bugs, bro. Have sex with bugs, don't eat them. What's up, Gabby? I've already watched every episode you currently have. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. What about even the most recent Halloweeners? I was pescatarian for a few years and it wasn't enough. I eat red meat every week and I actually feel normal. It's kind of crazy how much of a difference it makes. I'm happy that you're feeling good, though. What bug am I fugging? Yeah, what would be the most fuckable bug, do you guys think? What bug in the bug kingdom would not completely freak you out? Let's see, we got spider, the praying mantis. Bro, the praying mantis would rip your cock off in a fucking second. It would just be like, with like, that is pretty hot. I get the scorpion. The ladybug, that's a good point. The ladybug, I feel like would be, yeah, the ladybug would be welcoming, I think, and open-minded. The squirt bug, it just shoots acid on your dick and burns it. The lunar moth, now that's a great assessment right there. I think, honestly, if I was in the bug kingdom, I'd be fucking up some lunacy, mothussy. Spiders don't freak me out, they just piss me off when they bite me for no damn reason. Dude, I don't even know how you let a spider get close enough to bite you. The dragon. The dung beetle. Yeah, you could just like poop and it'd take care of it. I had a friend that is vegan. She's really pale skin and always looks sick. I had another friend that is vegan and his skin is absolutely wonderful. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of those animal proteins are incredibly useful for our hormones and like just our basic, you know, human operations. But at the end of the day, in the same way that some people want to fucking force you to like think a certain way, I don't give a fuck. If someone wants to be vegan or whatever, I don't care if you fuck bugs. I don't care if you eat bugs. Just leave me alone, bro. It's called accidentally falling asleep at the park on a yoga mat in the grass. Just waking up covered in them. Okay, how do you say this place that's in Thailand? Nai Soy. What's up, Fry? Anybody know how to say this place? Nai Soy. I don't even know. Unless it's just like completely not real. Maybe it's real. I mean, it's probably real. we old boss's wife used to say that we had diet phenotypes based on our blood types, and it was probably whatever the red meat one was, and she was like the grain and legume one. Wonder why there's not more research on that. Like, how do they determine stuff like that? Your blood type, your diet kind of situation. Alright, nigh rhymes with I, and soy. Okay, nice soy. Okay, sweet. Freaking sweet. O positive, need red meat. Yeah, I think I'm O positive or O negative or something, so I probably enjoy the beef. I love beef. That 17-hour flight turned out to be just the first leg of my journey, because the next phase included a 14-hour bus ride from Bangkok to a small town in the far north called Nai Soi. And that bus ride made the flight seem easy in comparison, and it made even worse by the fact that I got extremely sick from That bus ride made the flight seem easy in comparison, and it was made even worse by the fact that I got extremely travel sick on some of the bumpier roads. It was in Nai Soi that I met up with a local guide named Prem. Prem had heard of the remote jungle village where the Western tourists, quote-unquote, went native, and Stalker's mom had arranged for him to guide me, just not all the way there. Prem told me that the area that I wanted to get to was full of, quote, bad people, and there were smugglers, bandits, armed rebels, and gun-toting... What about A positive? Yeah, what about it? What TV shows am I watching right now? Honestly, nothing. I don't know, man. There's like not a single show that I want to watch. Eat the bugs. I don't even know what I do with my life, honestly. I think I just like stay in stasis until the next stream. Drop your favorite Smiling Friends character. What's the green one's name? Glib. He's just like an iPad kid. Have you seen any Halloween movies? Like the Halloween movies themselves? It's been forever. I remember seeing the remake of Halloween by Rob Zombie. Glep. That's right, Glep. I love Glep. He's so funny. It's hard to keep track, though, because you smell different. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to me for a second. Only thing that's stopping me from getting chocolate pie right now, to be honest, is my choking episodes I have. You could just chew it slower and you won't choke on it. 2 weeks in a row. Let's go. Never catch your streams in time. Hope you had a good weekend. Thanks, Drake. Appreciate you. I just did my annual Over the Garden Wall watch with my not boyfriend. My twerking episodes. I'm having a twerking episode. Like someone's having like a seizure. You're like, don't worry, he's just twerking. Alright, there were smugglers, bandits, armed rebels, and gun-toting poppy farmers guarding their fields. It was completely lawless out there. But that's why Stalker's commune chose to base themselves there, so they could do whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted to. And while that might sound like a good thing on the surface, Prem assured me otherwise. He said the only reports he'd heard of this commune was that it was a village full of crazy Farang, which is the Thai word for foreigners. He said the village's name used to be Wat Khao Tong, and that many Thai used to live there. But then as more of the crazy Farang moved in, the more the Thai people began to move out, and then after maybe 10 years or so, there were only a handful of Thai people living there, acting as sort of go-betweens for the... God damn it. God dang it. God fucking dang it. Did you decide on a Halloween live stream? Oh shit. I thought Halloween already happened. Remember when I said I was gonna stream Little Nightmares 3 on Halloween Friday. I guess I already played it there on stream, so now what do I do? Do I even do that? Or maybe it'll be Friday and I'll just go do fun Halloween shit instead in real life. Carve a pumpkin. I did actually. It was kind of fun. I did it with my buddy and his daughters, and I drew No Face from Spirited Away on it and cut out the eyes and the mouth and had my way with it. You're doing a special Day of the Dead stream next Sunday. Is that when it is? Day of the Dead? Oh, is that... What day is that? 2nd. The 9th. Oh, you did a no-face pumpkin too? Or you've done one in the past. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's turned out pretty freaking sweet. Okay, where the fuck? Oh. Acting as go-betweens for the... Acting as go-betweens for the Farang who called the village Peace Town. And I suggested to Prem that if a bunch of hippies could manage to live out there, then surely we'd be okay too. But Prem told me that that was not the case. Not only did Prem Town... Fuck. Not only did Peace Town pay a hefty protection fee to the local smugglers, you couldn't just walk up and ask to live there. You had to be recruited in places like Bangkok or Phuket, and they only recruited people who'd be fanatically dedicated to their cause. And that didn't sound like Stalker at all. The only thing I'd ever known him to be fanatically dedicated to was his beloved football club, Huddersfield Town. God. His beloved football club. His beloved football club. Up in the club watching footy ball. Do anything fun for Halloween night? Yeah, that's the question. Should I stream something or should I just go do normal? Because I mean, I don't know. I definitely feel like I'm going to get invited somewhere for it on the official. Yeah, we could just go trick-or-treating by myself. Stream. Yeah. Well, if I do stream, what would you guys want me to stream? Is there anything that's kind of like I can turn my brain off as effectively as Little Nightmares 3? Is there something similar to it of sorts? Maybe perhaps a bit of a narrative game, a scary narrative game. Ghost stories? Like the anime? Which is definitely one of my favorite animes of all time. Strays. I think I've already played through Stray. Play Pong. Just see how far I can make it. The Huntsman Spider game? IRL stream. Okay. The only thing what the fuck am I doing? That didn't sound like Stalker at all. The only thing that I'd ever known him to be fanatically dedicated to was his beloved football club, Huddersfield Town. But we knew he was there, so there was no chance in hell that I was about to back out, especially not having come so far. Now, Prem said the walk to Peace Town would take 2 days, and this meant an overnight stay in a small village called Wat Kareni, and the only catch was that it was in the hands of Burmese rebels. An exorcism stream. Anybody here possessed by a daemon? I can pull it out of you. Joel, I quoted that show many times. You never clocked it, bruh. What show was it? Sorry. Smiling Friends? Smiling Buddies? Do I respond to the gram? What did you want to ask me something? You can ask here if you want. Sorry if I don't respond sometimes. The only catch was that it was in the hands of Burmese rebels. And it was alarming seeing so many people walking around with guns, especially when they looked to be no older than teenagers. But the 9-hour hike through the jungle was so grueling that I was too exhausted to care for the most part. All I wanted was food and a place to lie down, and the village had both. And then after dinner, myself and Prem were shown to the place that would be staying for the night. We were both shattered and wanting nothing but sleep, but at about 9 o'clock at night, a young man with a gun stuck his head into the shack and said something to Prem in Burmese. Prem said that we had to go to the center of the village because every evening the rebel commander gave a speech and everyone, guests included, had to be there. And we made our way through the village until we came to a clearing among the houses. And there must have been 100 people there, all gathered in a semicircle around 2 men, and everyone who noticed me just sort of stopped and stared. The crowd was a mix of villagers and Burmese rebels, who you could recognize by the random bits of camouflage gear that they wore, and the weapons on their shoulders. The 2 guys at the front were also Burmese rebels, but only one was on his feet, while the other was on his knees with his hands tied behind his back. I asked Prem what was happening, but he said he didn't know, and I was just hoping Prem might be able to reassure me that the guy on his knees was not about to die, but Prem couldn't do that. Not because he didn't speak Burmese, but because that's exactly what was about to happen. The man on his feet gave this big speech about how the guy was a traitor, and then at the end, he held up the gun while all the other volunteers jumped up. He gave the gun to one of them, and then the volunteer stepped forward and absolutely turned the guy into a lid. He gave him a new flat brim hat. I'm finally back. My niece has been battling brain cancer. My God. My dad and brother, and I'm in a bad way, but I love this community. I'm not trying to suck the joy out of the room, but missed you. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's so sad. And it was kind of like really sad too, like slightly related, not to suck the wind out of your story at all, but it was a friend of mine who like broke up with his girlfriend. She then like came back like a week later, and her son was diagnosed with like a brain cancer as well. So it's like something they're keeping an eye on. It's like a small lesion, but it was, I don't know. I'm just like, is this? I don't know. Where are the like what the? I don't know if there's a commonality in there. It's just like completely random, but it's just like holy fuck. Because the kid has like some severe like behavioral issues. Now, granted, his mother has like no discipline whatsoever towards him, but I think it's in like his frontal lobe, which I believe is where most of your like judgment and decision making processes come from, I believe. But so I'm kind of wondering if maybe the lesion on his brain is causing obviously issues with his behavior in some way, and it's just, I don't know, all of it's just like so sad and messed up. Sharon Harvey, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Evan Murphy, Carlita, Emily, everybody's name changed there when they get gifted. Emily Danielson, Miss Cookie, and Menopause Sucks. Thank you, Sharon, for the donation. Appreciate you. And welcome, everybody. You now have access to bonus content, as well as Victoria Best. You now have access to bonus content as well. Then, at the end, he held up the gun. Then, at the end, he held up the gun while all these volunteers jumped up. He gave the gun to one of them. Then the volunteer stepped forward and absolutely lit the kneeling man up with the handgun. Then there was just this big cheer. But me and Prem were completely shell-shocked, just standing there quietly while people ran over and started kicking and stamping on the dead man's body. And only then it was safe for us to walk back to our shack to try and get some sleep, But as you can imagine, sleep did not come easy anymore. I just remember lying there on that cot, listening to someone shooting off a gun in celebration, and Prem just said quietly, "We should have not come here, Owen." And he was right. I was absolutely terrified, but what was just as true was that I had to be there. I had no choice but to keep going, and walking away would have been the easiest thing in the world, but to me, there was more chance of a big... What should my Halloween costume be for work on Friday? As a baseline when my coworkers went as Charles Manson a few years back, so there aren't really any limits. Can you be an ISIS member? Or something? You should go as Chris Chan. Mega. Welcome back for 45 months. As we all have enough microplastics in our brain to make a plastic spoon. Joel, come here for Halloween. I'm going to take you to a party of a lifetime. Incognito. That's cool. Yeah, what are you doing for Hallows Sween? I got a hair mask, face mask, the mask I showed the world. We vibing. Let's go. Chris Chan is worse than ISIS. A one-man army. Goes the human centipede. Oh, yeah. You're going to need a few people. And you're going to need something to sew your mouth to their butthole. Do I leave the candy bowl outside? Honestly, I think that's what I'm going to do this year. Like, I really have no desire to sit there and, like, if I'm even there, to, like, answer, you know what I mean? I have no desire to sit there and, like, answer bells and, like, hey, Christmas, you little fuckers. They're gonna be filling up on razor blades. Just kidding. I have to throw it at them. I'm gonna slingshot it from them. Set up a trap where they fall through a trap door as soon as they ring the doorbell. Hello from Dublin, Ireland. I was 40 today, 26. It's after 4 a.m. now. It's still my birthday. Life's about to start, as they say. Who even is they? I'm drunk, forgive me. No, it's okay. Happy birthday, Danielle. Happy birthday. You got anything planned besides drinking? You gonna do any funsies? Any good food? Use a pumpkin as a candy bowl, but don't remove the guts. Yeah, or just leave only the gut. Going to work with a trench coat, plate carrier, and a rifle for Halloween. I bet you get off work early. Yeah. That wouldn't go well, if I'm being honest. Goes the Man of Steel. Wear rust-stained undies to prove it. Rusty undies. Boombaclot. Go as a boombaclot. I had no choice but to keep going. Walking away would have been the easiest thing in the world, but to me, there was no choice. There was more of a chance of a pig flying over us in the jungle. And so we stayed in our cots, managed to get a few hours of sleep, and then we were up at the crack of dawn the next morning and on the move again. And I feel like I've glossed over this by this point, but walking through the jungle was a very, very stressful experience. It was scary sometimes because there were actual tigers patrolling the same jungle as us, but most of the time it was just this mix of completely exhausting because the heat and humidity and totally just... Give me a hot dog for Halloween as a kid. That's awesome. You ate it right there. You're like, thanks, bud. It was scary sometimes because there were actual tigers patrolling some jungles. God damn it, I'm fucking just seeing stars, bro. It was scary sometimes because there were actual tigers patrolling the same jungles as us, but most of the time it was this mix of totally exhausting because of the heat and humidity, and totally disorienting because everything looked the same to me. Prem walked for a few hours with me, and then when we got to a small stream running through the jungle, he stopped and said that that was the furthest he'd go. I asked him to come with me, stopped just shy of begging actually, but as much as he said that he was sorry, he couldn't. And then the way he wished me luck, with a sort of sad expression on his face, it had me thinking, I'm definitely going to die out here, aren't I? And I was absolutely cacking What? I was absolutely cacking myself. What does it mean to cack oneself? Hey Lucy, what's up? When I saw that spoiler, I needed cacked myself, British Australian slang meaning to be extremely scared, basically to poop yourself from fear. Oh, cacking. Okay, that makes sense. Caca. Yeah, pretty much. I was cacawing myself. I cacawed on my cock. Okay. It's absolutely oh yeah. I was absolutely cacking myself, but Prem said that as long as I stuck to the stream, I'd make it to Peacetown by sundown. He just had 2 warnings. Firstly, if I see a tiger, do not run straight away. Throw your pack at it if it charges, then try running away. Secondly, he told me that there was a village ahead and the only one that I'd see before reaching Peacetown, and I was not to stop in it. And I only really understood why when I was there. Prem said it was a bad place, popular with bandits, and if I stopped, someone would scam me, and if I didn't move fast enough, the bandits would chase and rob me and hurt me. But it wasn't armed men that I spotted on the approach. It was just a bunch of kids playing by a stream. And there were naturally a bit... Do a poll, candy corn, yay or nay? I feel like I've done that before with candy corn, honestly. Like actually the same exact poll from last year, I think. I couldn't eat a lot of candy corn, but I'll have a few. I'm definitely not a fan, but it's like one of those sort of candies that could just be like sitting on the, in the middle of the road. And for some reason, it's just like the same edibility as it would be if it came fresh from a bag. Fresh from the candy corn fields. Do I give out candy corn? Yeah, I have like a candy corn machine gun I just shoot the kids with. They were naturally a bit curious about the big farang walking towards their village, so they walked downstream to me to have themselves a little gander. And one of them had what looked like a can of paint in their hand, and they were drinking something out of it. They were by the stream, so I assumed it was water, but when the little girl got close, I could smell the fumes coming off of what she was drinking. And I was so shocked that I asked her in English. What the bloody hell is that you're drinking there? Obviously, she didn't understand what I was saying, but even if she spoke English, I'm not sure that she'd have understood because she was absolutely plastered. The little drunk girl just laughed at me when I spoke, and her little friends joined in too. And I don't know if they were drunk too, but they followed me all the way through the village and only stopped shadowing me once the grown-ups pushed them out of the way. Now, I was offered everything you could imagine walking through that village. Drugs, women, guns, a wife. You name it, and those Thai villagers offered it. And once I made it through the village, I didn't know which to be more scared of. The tigers or the bandits. But when a few hours came and went and I didn't see any armed men appearing from the trees, I reckoned that I was over the worst of it. But I was dead wrong. It was almost sunset by the time I spotted another group of buildings further upstream, and I wasn't even within 50 meters by the time these 2 blokes ran out to meet me. They were white guys, very tanned with sandy blonde hair, and they were carrying primitive-looking spears. And when they were close, they pointed them at me, and then one of them asked me in a sort of Australian accent, "Looks like you're a little lost, mate. Best turn around before you get yourself hurt." And I was so tired that I could barely get the words out, but I managed to make it clear that I was looking for a lad named Andy, who might possibly be going by Stalker. Now, the other bloke, who sounded German or Austrian or something, said that there weren't any Andys living there, and then demanded to know who I was. Now, after making it clear that I was a friend of his, and if Stalker really wasn't there, then I just wanted to know where he'd gone, the two blokes started to soften up a bit. They stopped pointing their spears at me, and then after telling me to wait there, where I was, one of them ran back into the village. He came back a few minutes later and nodded to his mate, who then led me into the village. And I don't know if many of you remember that Chaz thing that happened in Seattle in 2020, but seeing it on the news reminded me a lot of Peacetown. All the other small towns and villages that I'd seen, with that exception of one, had been neat and tidy and orderly. But this one had graffiti all over the houses, everything was overgrown, and it was chaos. There were drum circles, people were dancing in the nude, and the smells of weed and patchouli. What is patchouli? Patchouli. Patchouli is a bushy, perennial herb in the mint family, native to tropical Asia, known for its strong, aromatic leaves and its use in perfumery. It was a warm, earthy, musky scent, often uses as a base note in perfumes to add depth and a long-lasting foundation. While historically linked to 1960s and counterculture, it's now a vital component in modern high-end perfumery and is also used in aromatherapy and as a flavoring. Interesting. You love the smell of patchouli. I wonder if I smelled it and I just didn't realize it. I kind of love that about smells, is that it's so heavily tied to like memory. I really wouldn't mind like someone putting it in front of me and being like, "Oh, I know that. That's from Grandma's house." Ever been in a head shop? Yeah, I think so. It's been a while. Does it kind of reek of that? Poo-pourri. Oh, okay. I miss Halloween during elementary days. I remember we used to go in our classes. Dude, I remember in first grade, the school that I went to, you could wear whatever the fuck you wanted. You could put blood on. You could wear, like, people were dressed up as Jason with, like, you know, machetes. I remember the kid, like, he dressed up as just, like, some creepy guy in a trench coat. And he would pull his trench coat open and he would have, like, blades. Like, literal fucking, like, scythe-style blades that he got from his grandparents, and the school just didn't give a fuck. It was just awesome. And then I moved schools, and then this was in second grade, and my entire fucking like everything just became so sanitized. It was like I don't even know if you were allowed to like dress up during, like, you know, during Halloween, if Halloween was during the day. It was just so stupid. It was like that in your elementary school too. Yeah, it was crazy though, because it was just wild to think you go over to another town and like it's one of those, everything's got to be coddled and everything's got to be Fisher Price safe and nothing can have rust on it. What's up, Lachlan? Demigod Shady with the 2 says, please say Austin Reeves is a badass at the end. I'll try to remember. Thank you for the 2. In second grade, I had a teacher who didn't celebrate Halloween, so we did nothing. I know, it sucks, dude. And it's like, I remember I think we got to 5th grade, and like, we had like one specific teacher who just like wouldn't let anybody, like everybody else was having fun Halloween days and getting, you know, doing was it the candy exchange? You like exchange candy and shit. And then that specific teacher is just like, I fucking hate that about teachers, is they just like arbitrarily choose to be dicks about stuff and then not provide like any reasoning as to why they're just a big dick, you know? Is there a stream on Wednesday? Yeah, what's up, Beth? I do believe there will be a stream on Wednesday. You stopped trick-or-treating at 13, is that good? Yeah, that's when my dad literally forced me to stop trick-or-treating. I mean, I would have kept doing it. I feel like doing it in 8th grade would have been fine, because you would have been like completely good to just do whatever the fuck and eat a shit ton of candy and hang with friends or do a sleepover or whatever. But I think there was also that weird sort of age at like 14 where everybody's like, well, do we go have like a party instead? You know, like you're getting to high school and you're like, what do? You know, it's that weird transitionary phase. Are you going to be drinking during the stream Wednesday? Why Wednesday? What is Wednesday's not Halloween? It's the 29th. Am I supposed to be drinking? I'll drink if you want me to drink. Demigod Shady with the 10 says, feel like I'm being cheap with the 2 stars, so here's more of this channel adds such value to my life and rarely catch a stream live. Love you, man. Love you too, bro. Good to see you. Thank you for the support. Appreciate you. And yeah, just remind me at the end, just so I don't forget. I'm quite forgetful, especially. It might be a few hours. Probably repressed trauma. Dude got finger blasted by a gnome in a Wawa parking lot 10 years ago and now can't let kids enjoy fantasy Halloween stuff. That's actually he was the only teacher that told us that. He was like, why don't you let us exchange candy? He's like, well, kids, I got finger blasted by a gnome in a fucking Wawa parking lot over 30 years ago. That's why nobody can have fun anymore. Now, unless one of you wants to unfinger blast me, I think you'll sit down and listen. Got a stream just in Spain about it. You're in Spain? Did Wawa exist back then? I don't know, honestly. I grew up around, you know, Sheets. Wawa's is a relatively new thing to me. When I drink on Wednesday, it's Hallow Eve, right? Yeah, it sounds like a good enough reason as any. Reminds me of people who hate cats. They were attacked by one 20 million years ago and now hate cats forever. I used to just like never really understand cats, you know what I mean? But then once I got one and now I kind of understand that I love kitties. Like even whenever they're just like in bad moods, I'm like, well, I know Pradeep loves me specifically, but I also know that he's kind of like irrationally scared of stupid stuff. But now I know that about all cats, that they just like got to get used to you. Sitting outside, my partner came to tell me to come inside, and just like that, nope, this is great. I have not been in a live show in a long time. Good to see you, yeah. Oh wait, what did Beth say that was made her say never, or what did I say to her that made her say never mind? Jersey Pen, what are you talking about? Do with moments, what's up, dude? I really wish YouTube would change the names back to like, maybe I have it set like something. Reactions, timestamps, moderation activity. Oh wait. I don't know. Do you have short-term memory loss? Not that I know of. Who are you again? Just kidding. But no, I mean, it just, you know, a couple hours from now, I'm going to be, like, recording the outro, and if, I just could most likely forget that someone paid me money to do an outro. Joel, can you crack the code? What are you talking about? Watching another one of your videos, just want to say hello and thanks for all the stories. You're welcome, Amy. Good to see you. Thank you for listening. Kind of stream in Spain and about to drive to the airport and fly back home to England. Hate driving on the wrong side. Oh, yeah. It's always awkward. Yeah, I can't imagine, actually. That would be really hard to get used to. It's like having inverted controls on a video game or something. Like, oh, fuck. All the other small towns and villages I'd seen, with that exception of one, had been neat and... Wait, where did I feel like I didn't leave off here specifically. Oh, right, Chaz. All the other small towns and villages I'd seen, with the exception of one, had been neat and tidy and orderly, but this one had graffiti all over the houses. Everything was overgrown, and it was chaos. There were drum circles, people were dancing in the nude, and the smells of weed and patchouli hit you like these 1-2 punches. And there were people with guns too, spaced among the groups, wearing shades and looking very sinister. One of the spear-carrying Aussies had led me to a small concrete house, and then just said, "In there, mate. Have a good one," and then walked off. I walked inside and saw this skinny, hairy bloke looking up at me from a table, and took about 10 solid seconds to realize the Charlie Manson lookalike. Joel, what's the best shitty low-budget Halloween costume you've seen? Just people dressed in like a banana, but it's like, looks like paper mache. I did see someone dressed in like a all-out in like a Jafar costume last night, and I thought that was hilarious because like I don't know, it was just like it took up so much space, and like the head gear that he had on like basically made him in totality be like 7 feet tall, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, that looks like a pain in the ass to drink in. But then some other guy was like the creepiest guy that night, and he was dressed in like just a suit, you know, looking like a professor. And I asked him what he was, and he said some character from Disco Elysium. And I'd not played Disco Elysium, but apparently it's like basically an interactive book and has really good dialogue and stuff, but maybe I'll try it at some point. Did anybody watch the new Bedtime Stories video about how the Yuba County 5 mystery? Very interesting. What do you guys think happened? Yeah, I'm not familiar. Saw a video of a chick who just printed off a life-size Ace Ventura head and strapped it onto a headband. That's awesome. I'm gonna wear a costume. Yeah, I did go out this weekend for a costume. I dressed as Waldo. Have you seen Over the Garden Wall? That sounds so familiar, but I have not. Now, what's it about? Can you spoil it for me? You want to play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines too? Yeah, my one friend plays it, and they genuinely, they say the combat is really bad, but they say everything else is really good. I walked inside, saw this skinny, hairy bloke looking up at me from a table, and it took about 10 seconds to realize the Charlie Manson look-alike in front of me was Stalker. And I say, "Andy?" And then, almost like it took him a second to recognize me too, his eyes suddenly lit up and shouted, "Owen!" He acted like his usual old self, and after a big hug, he asked me what I was doing in Thailand. And I told him that I was there to bring him home. And he didn't even react badly. He just sort of asked me, "Really? Why?" In this very calm but confused way, and that's when things started to go downhill. I told him to take a look at himself in the mirror and to see how skinny he'd gotten and how mental he looked with his long hair and his beard. But Stalker took this as an insult and started asking what my problem was, at which point I just completely lost my rag. I told him that my problem was that he'd scared his mom and sister so much that they'd literally paid me to bring him home, or at least try. And I also had a big problem with him acting like nothing was going on, like he hadn't done a complete 180 and started living like a hippie in one of the most dangerous places on Earth, too. Well, a lot of shouting followed after that, to the point someone came looking like they were ready to batter me in. What's up, Rosie? Rosie Schmoozy. Okay, so wait, what is Over the Garden Wall? We just talked about Over the Garden Wall. Did we? Maybe I do have short-term memory loss. I don't know. What was it about again? It's a cute fall classic for me. It came out 11 years ago, Cartoon Network. Just 10 episodes miniseries where these kids are lost in the great unknown and trying to get home. Cute and charming. Oh, that sounds nice. Check that out. This is y'all brain on drugs. A lot of shouting, fuck. Well, a lot of shouting followed after that, to the point that someone came in looking like they were ready to batter me in Stalker's defense. We cooled down a bit after that, and with Stalker saying that he'd arranged a bed for me so I'd at least have somewhere to sleep. And after that, while we were carrying a mattress into his little stone shack, Stalker apologized, but only for acting all aloof and pretending like he hadn't dropped out of life, because that's exactly what he intended on doing. He said it wasn't until he got to Thailand that he realized how much he hated his life back in... He said it wasn't until he got to Thailand that he realized how much he hated his life back home. And then he went off on about how he hated the whole corrupt system back home and how he refused to be a wage slave until he died. And what he said made a lot of sense in parts. Life isn't fair, but his solution was to just give up on it. And when I talked about how worried his family were, I could see that I was getting through to him. But when he demanded that we change the subject and talk about it more in the morning, I didn't push. And when I talked about how worried his family were, I could see that I was getting through to him. But when he demanded that we change the subject and talk about it in the morning, I just... Oh, wait. Did I read that twice in a row? I did. Wait. What the flurp? The Yuba County 5 is like an American Dietlov Pass incident in the sense that the group of people were found dead and nobody can figure out why. Like I said, very interesting. Huh. Is it from like a long time ago? Or more recent? Over the Garden Wall mirrors Dante's Inferno. Oh, okay, that's cool. Can you edit your recording if you read that line twice? Yeah, I have, the one you're hearing me right now is like my streaming mic, and then I have a microphone that like, I start and stop the recording and it creates like a file every time I do that, and then I import all of those files into Sony Vegas and just edit in there and just do it real quick. Dude, it'd be so sick if there was like an AI that I could just put my edited files into and it would recognize where all the repeat lines are and shit and just do my editing for me. That'd be kind of sick. I don't know if any programs would do that, but I could see it like fucking it up or something. Like a whole almond wrapped in a shred of lettuce. A whole almond wrapped in a shred of lettuce. I went to meet up yesterday in Anaheim, fellow fans of the show. What? Who was the... Oh, for Over the Garden Wall. I was like, wait, for me? It's just a bunch of you guys meeting up. Be funny. You don't record straight into a DAW? I don't, no. It's, I mean, I've heard many people say that I should do that, but I have this H4n Pro microphone that you can start and stop and it records, and I think, I don't know, people just seem to like the ASMR vibe to the H4n Pro, so I'm just like, fuck it, dude, I'll stick with it if people like it. Honestly, at this point, if I were to do it into a DAW, I don't really know what my, like, workflow would necessarily be like. Secret Joel meeting. I have a secret meeting with myself on Pornhub and jerk off to my own videos. Take me home by Eddie Money Rocks, but it's the Lamb of God. I feel like my knee needs to crack so bad, but it's fuck. What website do you use now instead of Pornhub? What to upload? Wait, what do you mean instead of Pornhub? Is it? Thankfully, I don't think it's banned in the U.S. or whatever. Let's all discuss Joel. I don't know. There's really nothing interesting about myself, honestly. Reddit. I don't know. Joel could use an intervention. It would be nice if someone just showed up and said, hey, I'm here to be your friend for a day. And they weren't like weird or anything. At least once a month we all take turns as a group to sneak into your house and watch you sleep. Oh, that wouldn't be the worst scenario, I guess, as long as I'm not getting hurted. Enigma. What was the one guy? Oh, Edward Nigma from Batman, that's right. In some states you have to use an ID. That's right, I forgot. I'm an enema. I'm an enema. Just visiting my mom and playing Fortnite. Let's go, dude. When I talked about how worried his family were, I could see that I was getting through to him. But when he demanded that we change the subject and talk about it in the morning, I didn't push. I knew that getting him to think about family was the way to get him home, so I didn't mind waiting to do it. And I thought that we'd end that day walking back to civilization, but in reality, it ended with me thinking that I'd never get to leave. And so that next morning, after a bit of breakfast, Stalker thought that he'd show me around the village. It was basically a propaganda tour, with him showing me how good life there could be. But I was having none of it, and I brought up all the good things about life back home as much as possible. And just like the night before, I could see that I was getting to him. And then after lunch, Stalker said that there was something that he had to go and do. And I told him to go do his thing, and I'd just wait there where I was. And I thought that I'd use the opportunity to catch up on sleep, but no sooner had I kicked my boots off, but his new girlfriend, someone named Layla, came in asking for a chat. Now I was nervous right away because you could tell that she wasn't happy with me. And then when I said yes to her question if I planned to take Stalker home or not, she went mental. She said that I was trying to ruin his life, break them up, and bring bad energy into the village. And I told her I was doing nothing of the sort, but this Layla was having none of it. She told me to leave and never come back, but then when I refused, she pulled out some large folding knife. And I think it was more an involuntary nervous kind of thing, but it just blurted out as... Wandering with the two says, "Oh babes, try so hard to be liked." Me? Am I trying really hard to be liked? I guess maybe I do kind of try. I mean, I guess we all kind of do it a little bit to get attention or whatever. Oh, my mod. Oh, what the fuck? That's so weird. I don't really understand, I mean, babe, should I talk about that? Do you want me to talk about it or fill people in on that at all? I don't have to if you don't want me to. It's just very strange. I don't care, sure, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really know what's going on, but it's like, for whatever reason, Babes has like a stalker who was like a previous viewer from here who just like is obsessed with them. And I don't know. It just seems like really strange. Like, what, you know, what's the point of being obsessed with somebody? Like, especially if they're just like an internet person, right? Like, they're not even like a previous boyfriend or whatever the fuck. Like, it just... They just seem like obsessed. I guess that's like mental health stuff, right? Just some people are just kind of on a different plane of reality. How do I know? Well, they told me about it, you know. Not the stalker, but why do people ever get a life stalking so stupid? It's very strange. I don't know, but they come in here and it's like their goal or something is to make Babes look bad. But even that, it's like, what could be said about them that would ever make any of us like really give that many shits, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't care. Yeah. Someone isn't interested, just move on. You can't force someone to love you. Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, there's like, especially like someone that you've interacted with on the internet. Like, why would you become obsessed with someone that's you only see on the internet? Like, wouldn't it make more sense to obsess over someone that like I could see if it was like your like ex-wife that fucked you over really hard and took the kid, like you would just be like, my entire life's destroyed, and the obsession of all of that would make some sense. But like even that, it's like obviously not good. But then to be obsessed with like an internet person just seems really, really abstract and mentally ill, I guess. Anyways, I don't know. Hope they figure their shit out. But have you ever had a premonition or dream that you were going to run into someone and then you actually did run into that person like that day or week? I feel like I have. It's disruptive to the chat. It's annoying. I know Babes doesn't pay it no mind. Yeah, fuck, man. Oh well. I mean, it's obviously got this is the most disruptive I guess it's been now, but it's just, I guess to me it more or less is just like very abstract and weird. I'm just like, I just don't get it, I guess. You sent 2 stories now? Okay, nice, thank you. Let's read submissions at gmail.com if you guys want to send one in. People in the blind community are like that. Coming from there, I would know. Really? I guess, yeah, since they technically couldn't see you in real life or whatever. I'm obsessed with listening to your videos, but I think that's what I mean. I'm sort of obsessed with listening to your stories, but it's not just Let's Read. I mean, there's Mr. Ball and a parrot named Ham. I never heard of a parrot named Ham. If you're obsessing over anyone to the point of stalker behavior, you need psychological help regardless of how you know them or don't know them. Yeah, it's very odd. I don't know. That's what's so interesting about the internet, is that it's filled with so many strange people. Like, if you're a weird person who you just don't really succeed necessarily in like normal life, I guess, or you can't be your total weird self, you know, you just go to the internet and you can find it there, and it's like all those antisocial behaviors sort of manifest a lot more. There was this like one, I heard about this recently, but there's like this one streamer who's pretty popular who I never really watched, but I was like loosely aware of. His name is Ms. Kiff. Have you guys heard of Ms. Kiff? Anyways, I only ever saw Ms. Kiff because he like seemed, I don't know, he seemed relatively, I never really watched his stream, but he seemed pretty normal, I guess. He just played a lot of like speed runs for like Mario 64 a lot, but then did a lot of IRL stuff and seemed to like have like sort of a social magnetism to him, you know what I mean? But yeah, he always kind of creeped me out too, because the way that I would observe him is I would see him and be like, he's really rude to people. Like, I noticed that he was always just kind of like really rude, or he would have like a beautiful girlfriend, right? And he would always be kind of just like bossy, you know what I mean? Very just like in your face. And I've seen people with like similar personalities where they just kind of like, not really sure, they just like kind of make up for certain areas of their self that they're lacking by just being very loud and demanding. So essentially in like all circumstances, even if the other person like out measures them on like, you know, base stats, they just convince those other people that their opinion of them is what matters the most or whatever. But anyways, long story short, come to find out that Mizkif is like kind of psychotic. Like, he had this girlfriend named Emaru who came out recently and said that he was like wildly controlling and obsessive and threatening to kill himself, and, you know, just incredibly, I don't know, just psycho-ish shit, you know, from the like sending 40 messages over and over again, like always obsessed with like people growing more than him, trying to control things. It just in like a very weird and abstract way. And you know, it's like sometimes I just can't really wrap my head around that. I can't really wrap my head around that degree of like mental illness, because it's pretty clear that like for all of his faults, like he clearly can't, like there's something wrong with him, you know what I mean? Have you seen the clip of Emaru getting assaulted at TwitchCon? I did, yeah. That was like definitely a fault of Twitch by not allowing her to have security and stuff, and some weird guy came up and just like kissed her, and just fucking, I don't know, she's having a rough go of it here, it seems like, with that, and then the Miskiff guy sort of being psychotic. But strange, I don't know, you try to like just try to like, I don't know, maybe that's just the internet. Maybe the internet, maybe streaming, maybe content creation just sort of attracts a very weird bunch, you know, both within the audience and, you know, content creation realm. But it is just strange to me, like, for as popular as he was, it seemed like the Miskiff guy he just can't control himself. He just couldn't not be crazy. I don't know. It makes me wonder, because he's seemingly normal, but I'm just wondering to myself, like, what in his existence from childhood, almost like a serial killer. Not saying he is a serial killer, but like I think Sam Riding, who's like the true crime writer on the channel, he does a great job of like analyzing a child's like trauma, right? To basically lay out a degree of foundation for understanding why someone became the fucked up serial killer that they do, you know, become. But in a similar fashion, I just feel like most people don't do something unless something really, really fucked up shaped how their brain, I don't know, manifested down the line. That's why sometimes being anonymous or faceless like you is good privacy. Yeah, I mean, like, I enjoy my anonymity. I mean, sometimes I think it would be fun. I mean, I wouldn't mind someone walking up to me and giving me a kiss if they were a hot babe. But obviously it's not quite the same. What's up, L? Explain the root cause for really disturbing, heinous crimes. Yeah, you know, it's like a lot. I think my most recent true crime video on Saturn Soul, go subscribe if you haven't yet. Someone left a comment where they were like kind of pissed off that, that's crazy. This is actually one of the better performing Saturn Soul videos. It has like 42k views, which is wild. It's the most we've gotten since the sadistic cult video. Anyways, in that video, Sam does a great job of, describing like what happened to the toolbox killers' like lives as children to like turn them into the fucked up people they became later. And someone was frustrated in the fact that we were trying to like humanize, these murderers and stuff. And it's like, well, they're not trying to necessarily humanize. I mean, they are human, right? And it sucks and it's terrible that they did the thing they did, but like, isn't it better to like understand the mind of the monster than to just like call them, obviously you can call their actions as heinous as you want, and it's not going to bring the person back or anything like that, but then to understand how they got to that point, it might help you to like mitigate creating further monsters in society, you know what I mean? But yeah, I've been through hell, and I'm into harassing people, hurting animals or whatever. I have a dump truck of a childhood trauma. The Saturn Soul Toolbox was a good video. They started out. Yeah, Saturn Soul rocks my brain, scares me, but I think it's well presented. It's a good channel. I do too. I'm very thankful that the people I'm working with, Sam, Simon, and Robin, doing editing and stuff, I think they've done a great job. Do you think someone can recognize you based on your voice in public? If they're like a big fan, they might. Like if I'm like ordering something at a restaurant, they might, and they hear someone say like, "Hey Joel," and they would be like, "Wait a second," that might happen. And if they do, I would talk to them. It'd be nice, you know what I mean? It's always easier to other people than try to understand them. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of like what you notice a lot with like the more like virulent, is it virulent? That's probably not, but the more like psychotic realms of the internet, like especially like the like the Twitterites, like the very left-leaning sort of communist types, like they're just, I don't know, like their entire like argumentative tactic a lot of the times within the political realm is to just sort of like other someone, call them a Nazi, call them a far right, whatever, and it just makes it so much easier to sort of categorize someone like the furthest possible evil rather than have a conversation, or if you really despise like what they stand for, even though a lot of the time it's a lot of like straw man bullshit, but just to get to know. I mean, wouldn't it make more sense to like get to know your quote unquote enemy or whatever? Because like, dude, I know so many people who were some degree of XYZ, liberal, Democrat, whatever, and now they've just like had enough. Like they've had a fucking enough with like the division. They've had enough with the like dehumanizing of other people all the time. Sadly, some people are coming out as actually being Nazis now. Well, that's not good either, obviously. Because sometimes you sit there and you call people these terrible things. Eventually they just sort of accept, or they almost like in a gleeful sort of parody sort of way, it seems like a lot of them might be like, well, fuck it, I am that, if you want to call me that all the time. And I think that to me is bad, because it's just, you're basically amplifying the division and, manifesting that or whatever. But I don't know. I think most people are pretty normal for and I think, but then to just like sort of categorize them or throw them into like these compartmentalized like definitions, you're never going to make any headway. And if the person is just that comfortable to like completely throw them under the bus like that, not throw them under the bus, but demonize them, then you don't actually care about getting your point across. You just care about domination. Like you care about like demoralizing the other person till they're just like nothing. And in that case, the only thing I can imagine, the reason you were attracted to your XYZ politics, if that's your approach on argumentation, is the fact that you aren't actually into the politics. You're just into the fact that like that side or that perspective is creating a shield to help protect against your psychopathy. You know what I mean? You use the moralistic aspects of like certain politics to shield you from any sort of criticism. And like that to me is just cringe to the fullest extent and very dishonest, and I can't ever take it. And it's becoming a lolcow thing at this point. Like you can't even, like, anybody that calls you these like pejoratives or the furthest extent, all you can do is laugh, because it's just demonic. It's literally just like demons, making weird noises. It's true, but on the other hand, bringing attention to these people can lead to copycats. You'd be surprised how many tragedies have been inspired by Columbine alone. So I can see both sides. Sorry, I'm trying to create the parallel in my mind to like who is the Columbine shooter in this situation. Am I a bad viewer for not knowing you sell merch? No, it's okay. I mean, I just, the merch is one of those things where I don't really want to run campaigns to get you to buy clothes or whatever. Like I don't need any more money. Like I legitimately do not need any more money at all. And so if you want to buy some merch and wear it around, I leave the option open for, Spreadshirt and all that kind of thing. You aren't supposed to care what random people say about you. I mean, to a degree, obviously, don't be slandered en masse if you're a public figure to some extent. Yeah, I guess, yeah. As someone in the artist realm, like, thankfully, I'm not like some controversial figure or anything. I just want people to get along. Like, I genuinely just want people to get along. Like, I wish so badly that, like, oops, sorry, kitty. Hi, kitty. Sometimes he rubs into my leg and I'm like, oh, it's a fucking bug. But it's not a bug, it's his soft fur. But yeah, I just want people to get along. I want, like, if you have, an argument you want to make, I want it to be presented in a clear and cut, debate style. And I just feel like this sort of back and forth that creates basically people screeing and reeing all day has got to be some type of, psychological operation by like intelligence organizations, whether it's foreign or domestic, to just like basically normalize the concept that people can't get along ever and never will, and that the only way to solve it is by going to the furthest extremes, which is just so stupid. You only care if it's Penguin Zero talking about you. Yeah, that's when you know you made a bit of a oopsie. Divide and conquer. I agree. Yeah, the divide and conquer thing is working, but I'm hoping, even as just like a point of perspective in reality, me as a singular human, I hope I can say something that resonates with your soul that can reverse the divide and conquer concept. You know what I mean? All the damage that's been done for the past like decade. I hope it can be undone by just like basically normalizing more sensible minds to communicate with one another, no matter how different your perspectives are, you know. People's sense of belonging was shattered after COVID, and the wrong kinds of people took advantage of that afterward. Yeah, I would say like the division was, basically our reaction to COVID was a lot of like foundational division that was like, stoked by the executive branch, stoked by the media going back and forth with each other, and essentially kind of conditioning the public's brain to reacting in these very extreme ways, because it just sucks. Like, it's because we've normalized this concept of idiocy all the time and not having conversations. It's just going to further and further allow whoever's in charge on either side to do further and further stupid things that are usually pretty disagreeable to the population at large. So I don't know. I think more people are waking up to the mass manipulation, give it a bit of hope. Me too. I think people are like, a lot more people are starting to just like not identify with like left or right. They're starting to be like, you know what? I don't actually have a political home specifically in either of these things, or in many cases, like so many like left-leaning people I know basically can't keep up with the ever-changing dogma that is the left for the most part. So a lot of them just like, initially it starts out like, I have no home with the left, and then they find, they end up finding themselves somewhere in between where they're like, you know what, I don't have the energy for this anymore. This is fucking stupid. We're taking the Ventura approach. Yeah, what's that? No one is especially interested in being sensible when going out, and harassing people on the street gets them big money, which is sadly reality. Yeah, I remember hearing about, like, you do wonder to what extent those quote-unquote organic protests that you see in the streets are actually organic at all. Like, are they? Do people get bussed in and then a pallet of bricks is just like laid out and you're like, good luck everybody? And then they just know that if they can start just a modicum of chaos, it can like exacerbate outwards from there, and then just be utilized as a narrative that can justify further authoritarian overreach within government. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for the company the past 30 minutes heading to the airport. Now my mom, who was my best friend, died unexpectedly last week, and your reported live streams have kept me sane at nighttime. I'm so sorry to hear that, honestly, and I know she's in a better place, though, and I'm glad we can be here for you. The Ventura approach is where you don't take no sides. I mean, I think you can find, just the idea of sides is abstract. I think the real point of discussion is understanding that, like, you need to look at each issue as an individual thing, right? What's your take on lobbying? What's your take on gerrymandering or whatever the fuck? What's your take on the assisted suicide thing in fucking Canada? What's your take on hormones for kids? You know what I mean? Like, you have to approach each one individually and understand that you're not always going to have to like be exactly fitting into like some dogmatic left versus right paradigm. Like, you can, and the same thing is like, you don't even really need necessarily to have an opinion on everything ever all the time. Like, you can just kind of be like, I don't fucking know, dude. I just want to go jerk off and eat Pizza Hut. That's fine. You are fine to go do that. Go to work, have a peaceful family, whatever the fuck. We want to maintain a happy Thanksgiving. My grandma passed away Saturday, October 4th, 18th. We had a funeral last Friday, and I swear your video is the only reason I found sleep this last week. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah. Sleep is good, man. Like, it's just so... Dude, yesterday, after my, like, drinking and shit, and then I ate bad, I, like, went to sleep, and then I woke up, like, 3 hours later, and I swear to fucking God, it was, like, worse than that feeling of, like, you go to take a nap, and you're just, like, you're just delirious. It was like, I could feel my heart, like, in my chest, like, doo-doo, 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 just going nuts. And I actually thought to myself, I'm like, maybe I'm just permanently stuck like this. Maybe I'm just stuck. And I realized that those anxious thoughts I were having and the psycho babble that was occurring in my mind was all just, like, being amplified by the fact that I have not had good sleep. So I kept sleeping, and then I woke up, and I'm like, oh, everything's fine. Hot take, you're allowed to see both sides and sit on the fence. You don't need to have a deep set in your ways in every topic, and probably shouldn't be. It's good to see the perspective of others. I agree. Yeah, it was always like that before, and To sit there and catastrophize every possible opposing opinion is just like, in my perspective, very, 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 very immature, and a manifestation of like an unresolved degree of developing narcissism, you know. Huge volume of my friends are anti-extremism researchers. Not in the do your own research sense, so I'm not talking about my butt here. What do you mean? Sorry. A lot of you my friends are anti-extremism researchers. What were you talking about specifically prior to that? Sorry. I'm not really political at all, but for me personally, I think we need someone under the age of 60. I mean, that would be nice, yeah. At least they would maybe look a little better, you know. They wouldn't be so droopy. Both sides aren't willing to listen to each other. Yeah, I mean, but it all starts with you, right? You know, it starts with you as an individual. It starts with me. If you can be the sensible one in that scenario and like calm someone down, they calm someone else down, they calm someone else down, they calm someone else down. And that's where, you know, paradigm shifts occur, is it requires at least just one person to say something, and then more people to say something, and then eventually, who knows, now we have like debates that aren't just like liberal gets epically owned, you know what I mean? It's just like, I'm so fucking sick of those dumbass videos, bro. It's not even like fucking fun to watch. It's just stupid. I formed my own political opinions 20 years ago. They're still the same. The measuring stick is different now. I also have a poli-sci degree for what it's worth. I agree with that. Yeah, the Overton window has shifted so far in one direction that it's like, if you're not this, you're just like considered far right or something stupid, and it's just like, whatever, bro. Just, you can, you know, and that's what it is. It's dogma. It's like an ever-changing religious dogma that you're never going to keep up with, especially if like your political opinions were, you know, determined in your 20s when your brain was kind of like finalizing, developing. Like, you're just, that's who you are. And you can change perspective sometimes, but I feel like it's going to require like maybe a hammer to the head or some strange medications, perhaps. I don't know. That's what most influencers are about, though, owning whoever. I know, well, because it's just like, you cater to that audience, right? You cater to that particular, like, what do they call it? You get audience captured, which is like what ends up happening to the political streamers like Hassan, like Ethan from H3, like just various ones. Like you end up getting to the point where you sort of like court these individuals where you can never escape their expectations. And then the second that you do, it's like they're frothing at the fucking mouth because reality is unraveling for them or something. And it's just like, ugh. Your brain is done developing at 25, right? I think it depends on each person. But yeah, I mean, I would say tentatively that sounds about correct, I guess. I mean, obviously you can change your perspective. Political content on the internet is like Jerry Springer level trash. I mean, it really is. You're absolutely right. Like, there's no, like, how many times have you ever watched like a Hassan clip or a fucking H3 clip, or really any of the political persons, whether it's right or left, that like pushes very heavily into that division narrative, into that disparagement narrative, into that like narrative that basically just works on like fallacies all the time, and ever feel like you came out the other side like intelligent. What you may have came out the other side is confirming your own pre-existing biases and feeling a certain sense of catharsis from a tribalistic perspective. Now the tribalism isn't going to benefit you. It's just going to make you basically further and further addicted to this like strange sense of rage, I guess. I mean, it's a psyop. It's 100% a psyop. Like, whenever the person giving you your political information, not saying I'm anything like that, I'm just trying to speak from outside of it, but if the person there is trying to make you hate somebody else or demonize them to the fullest extent that you dehumanize them, then that's a psyop. That's a fucking operation that they may have been, you know, a victim of, like a cult, right? A lot of these people are victims of like an extended cult, and you just have to ease them out of their cult-like mind. I'm a counter psyop. I have been sent by Bangladesh or something to defeat Israel. I don't know. / the OSS. As someone who recently hit 26 years old, I do not feel that my brain is fully developed by any means. Well, I mean in the sense of like whatever the definition of like physical development of the human brain. It doesn't mean that you can't learn new things for sure. You know what I'm saying? But it's a concept within like the physical development. Same with like your growth plates closing in your shins. You know what I mean? It's like that physical concept. Mad Max. Hell yeah, dude. Anyways. Just know that I care about you guys, you know what I mean? Like, I know that sounds very parasocial or whatever, but I genuinely care about you guys in the sense of wanting your emotions to be regulated. At what age do you stop wanting to see your age on a cake or candles? Oh, fuck. I don't care. The fact that anyone even, like, had a party for me is really nice, thank you. I care so much I ran him over. I cared so much I sent you to heaven. Yeah, 30's probably it. But honestly, I don't know. Just stay healthy. Go to the gym. Stay healthy. Eat. Don't eat so much sugar. You'll be alright. How you broke into my house, but I appreciate it. You're welcome. Thank you for allowing me in. Team Edward or Team Jacob? That's a good question. I mean, Edward is definitely, like, obviously the star of the show, but I fucking love werewolves, man. I'm the alpha. I'm the... whatever the fuck. Ever since I was a kid, I remember, like, I watched Nightmare Before Christmas, and, it was Nightmare Before Christmas, and there was, like, some, like, werewolf who would wear, like, sort of a plaid shirt, and then he would just, like, bust out of it when he fucking turned into a big scary wolf, and that's, like, all I ever wanted to be as a kid. Which is, I feel like I got lucky. I got lucky that I was born, like, after the furry epidemic. I really missed out. Who knows? Maybe I am one. You guys have no idea. I'm wearing my wolf shirt right now. Fitness question. I feel like I plateaued at the gym with weight training. How the fuck do I mix it up? What aspect did you plateau in? Did you plateau in strength, or did you plateau in, like, what, like, weight? Because basically there's really only two things in, like, fitness. It's, like, your weight and, like, body composition and your strength, pretty much. Who's my childhood celebrity crush? Probably Bill Nye. I always wanted him to use his sharp utensils on me and boil me down into a goo. American Werewolf in London is great. Yeah, the movie's awesome. Is it weird that I hate birthday parties? I have to very clearly tell people not to give me any celebration whatsoever. The most I'm comfortable with is a single red velvet cupcake. I've noticed, I've genuinely noticed a lot of my friends who are my age, I'll say happy birthday to them on their birthday, right? And then they're in a bad mood. They're in a bad mood on their birthday. And I just, like, I'm not going to give them any shit for it, but I'm just like, what the fuck? It's your birthday, bro. It's like the one day that you could kill a baby, and everyone's like, no, it was his birthday. You can do whatever you want. Megan Fox from Transformer. Well, he said growing up. Yeah, which is like, let's think. Who was the chick, like, she would host all the... Remember that Slime Time Live show? It's not Lori Beth Dinkelberg. It's a reminder of their ultimate mortality. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they just struggle with, like, a eternal direction. Summer Sanders, yeah, Summer Sanders was hot as shit. I think. I don't even remember what she looks like. I feel like she was just like a blonde MILF, you know? I think it was more an involuntary, nervous kind of laughter, but it just blurted out as I asked her, "What, you gonna stab me? In the Peace Village?" And I didn't think she was serious. I just thought that she was some mental bird who wanted to scare me a little bit. And so when she proper lunged for me and actually tried to stab me, I couldn't believe it. I started screaming, "Whoa, whoa, 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 what are you doing?" at the top of my lungs, knowing that my best chance of getting her away from me was alerting other people. And the little stone house was just that, little, so it wasn't long until I was completely cornered and had no choice but to defend myself. I really didn't want to do what I did. So please don't get the impression that I took any pleasure from this whatsoever, but I hit her. And the impact sent her reeling with a trickle of blood leaking from her nose, just as Stalker and a few others came running into the house. Layla started screaming bloody murder about how I just hit her out of nowhere, which prompted them to basically frog march me out of the house and towards a kind of makeshift holding cell. Stalker was there, but he wasn't one of the lads who dragged me off. He looked distraught when I admitted to hitting her, and even more so when I kept saying stuff, "Mate, I swear to God she tried to stab me," as I was being dragged off. Now, I don't think I'd know what to do. I hate having others celebrate my birthday with any kind of party, but I love just spending time with my loved ones and just relaxing by a lake. Something we can all just show up to without fanfare. Yeah, I agree too. Hence why I feel like whenever I die, whenever that happens, like I hope people have like just a cool little party. And to me, honestly, like, because if you think about like a funeral, even if it's like the worst or your favorite person ever dying, do you really have the energy to cry the whole time? Do you ever, like, in the midst of crying, you get hit with the realization, like, oh, what the fuck am I still crying? What am I even crying about? Do I even have enough tears left? And so hence, it's like, almost like takes less energy to just sort of like have a beer with friends and chat about things and eat cake instead of everybody wearing like really tight, uncomfortable fucking black button downs, you know what I mean? God. Death is weird though. I remember like I had like a great uncle. It was my grandmother's brother. And his wife died. And holy fuck. That was insane. That was actually the most insane funeral I think I'd ever been to, where the whole time he was just like going sicko mode nuts. Like sad. Like, you know what I mean? Like falling over, wailing. Like as the coffin was being taken to its hole, he would like fall at it to like try to pull it back, and people are trying. I don't even know. Big girls don't cry. This is true, but man. And I obviously it wasn't like any sort of like I respected what he was going through, but it was just one of those things where I was like, oh my God. I hope I can like love somebody that much. You know what I mean? A black bouncy castle and an escape room at my funeral. The last room, you have to open the casket. You have to kiss my dead body. My dog died a month ago and I can't stop crying with maybe an hour in between. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. That sucks. This is being human. I'm still figuring it out. Want everyone to wear costumes at my funeral and drink. Yeah, like a Halloween costume party would be funny as shit. Like wear the most offensive costume you could ever imagine. That would be my funeral. Like everyone wear the most offensive shit, and like every one of you has to go up and do like a minute of stand-up comedy, or 2 minutes. You have to go up there and do 2 minutes of stand-up comedy saying the most offensive joke you can think of, and you have to take at least 3 shots upon showing up. Death does not exist. Everyone dies only when everyone forgets him, as if I didn't exist. Only then is he absent, as if he never existed. Information is life. It is also a word. True crime costume. You have to dress up as your favorite serial killer. I guess we're wearing Patrick Mahomes' jersey. Yeah. Yeah. But him, like, post-concussion. Is it a black Jack Daniels or vodka? You have to mix. You literally have to take like a tequila shot, a vodka shot, and a Jack Daniels all in a row. And then you can operate freely in the party. You don't have to drink any more, but you have to take those 3 shots, see how your body reacts, and then go about the remainder of your socializing. Yeah, I want to roast. I want to roast at my funeral. Can we still be friends if you're not that funny? Yeah, 100%. That's the funniest part. When someone bombs on stage, stand-up comedy-wise, that in and of itself is hilarious. Like awkward, weird, cringe energy is still comedy in my mind. You did whiskey shots at your dad's funeral? Yeah, it's awesome. I think that's what it should be. I don't think I'd know what to do either, so I didn't hold a grudge about him just standing there and doing nothing. But at the time, being barricaded in that little shed with an actual armed mob outside and having Stalker doing nothing about it, I was furious. But I was only angry for a short while because after a visit from someone whose face I couldn't see, all I could feel was fear. I couldn't see his face because he was standing on the other side of the shed door while talking to me, but I was told that I'd be publicly punished for punching Stalker's girlfriend. And my first thought was, how? So that's what I asked. But all I heard from the other side of the shed door was the sound of footsteps getting quieter and quieter until they were gone. Now, I'm not ashamed to say that I've never been so terrified in all my life, like I honestly thought that they were going to kill me. I couldn't shake the image of that man being shot on his knees and how happy everyone seemed when it happened. I was convinced that that was going to happen to me. But try and escape, and the armed guard outside the shed would almost certainly shoot me. And so I stayed put, and told myself to wait for a better opportunity. Once it was fully dark, I remember hearing someone walking up to the guard outside the shed and then recognizing Stalker's voice when they spoke. I was relieved at first. I thought they were going to let me go, but when I saw Stalker standing there with that handgun in his grip after he opened the door, my heart dropped. And when I asked him what the gun was for, he didn't answer my question. He just told me to get up and come out of the shed. And when I did, Stalker pointed towards the jungle and told me to get walking. I asked why he had the gun with him, over and over actually, but he didn't say a word, and then it hit me. They were going to shoot me, and it was Stalker that had volunteered to do it. I begged him not to. I brought up all the times that we'd shared, how his mom missed him, but all he said was, "Shut up and walk, Owen." And any time I tried to get him to see Oops. Hey, it's Sock. What's up, Sock? Sonomi, what's up? I still tear up when I think about my cat that got ran over in front of my driveway 30 years ago. That's understandable. I still miss Jack. You want blue humor? Check out British comedian Roy Chubby Brown. He has no filter. He should be arrested. Cremation or burial? I don't know. Maybe I can just be buried and just don't touch my body. Don't put any weird goo in me. I just want to be decomposing at the funeral, open casket style. I wouldn't have an open bar at my funeral reception, but I definitely have bring your own anything stipulation. I'm dead, not like I give a damn. Yeah, exactly. A Viking funeral. Does anyone know how energy shadows in the dark? Does anyone know about energy shadows in the dark? Have you seen that? Like a black hole in the darkness with the shape of a person? Yeah, that's like the shadow people, right? That people always talk about shadow people and shit. The best British comedians already got arrested. That's so crazy to me. I saw some comedian, I don't know who it was, but he made statements from Arizona where he lived, so, in America. But he literally was born in Ireland, and then he was in the UK, and based on tweets he had previously tweeted, was arrested in the United Kingdom for like shit that he said. And it's just like, I think there was like something like 12,000 arrests made related to, speech infraction, speech laws in the United Kingdom last year. And that was like 6 times as many as those in Russia, which is crazy because everyone has the perspective in Russia that it's like some dictatorship, but it's like, okay, I should put things into perspective, I guess. But I thought shadow people were total bullshit until I saw one. Really? What happened? Check out Jordan Jensen's Death Chunk if you think a Viking funeral is cool. Dictators. He's a freaking dictator. He's a potato cock. I wouldn't mind a cup of tea. UK is going to start implementing thought police. I mean, at this point, it's like if you don't really have specific laws to protect you from the overreach of government, like what is to stop them from just, being like, well, you did a hate speech. We're protecting you from, like, it's just doublespeak. It's literally like 1984 doublespeak bullshit. They just think, in the same way that's like, oh, this is for national security, or it's hate speech. It's, you know what I mean? Like, it's just any type of words that can justify the government coming down on you for some bullshit. Shadow people, otherwise you can talk to them and ask them for a favor that you will compensate them with energy. It can also be someone else. You just bind them to someone. Oh, that sounds scary. I don't want to do that. Sounds like a daemon. Has everyone's internet been bad lately? On your phone or on your desktop? And is your desktop plugged into landline? Do you guys see usernames too? Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why tonight. Which tube will let you go back and edit, not just delete or leave it there? Wait, like a message or something? "500 people get arrested for speech in England than in Russia." Yeah, I've been hearing about it, and it's like I'm just so sick of like people acting like it's just a chill. Oh, don't worry, mate. Just don't say the wrong thing, mate. And it's just like, fuck you. Fucking stand up for yourself. This is bullshit. It's just going to keep going, and eventually the thing that you think is pretty innocuous is going to be bad. The government. I was actually convinced the guy walking down the street in front of me until it disappeared when it got into the light. That's pretty creepy. I brought up all the times we'd shared, how his mum missed him, but all he said was, "Shut up and walk, Owen," anytime I tried to get him to see reason. And he marched me away out into the jungle, with me begging and pleading the whole way until he finally told me to stop where I was. When I did, Stalker told me to turn around, but he didn't have the gun pointed at me like I was expecting. Instead, he just said, "Hit me." When Stalker said it a second time, it didn't make any more sense than the first. But then when he added, "It has to look real," I suddenly realized what his plan was. I started asking where, and he told me to just get it over with. And so, I hit him. I tried to aim for his lips, and it worked a little bit too well because the second after he was knocked back, he spat out some blood, and I told him I was sorry. But Stalker just shook his head, and as he spat again with a raised hand as if to say, "It's okay, I asked for it." And he then told me that once I was in a safe distance, watch the figure dematerialize. That's pretty scary. There's some great news recently. I won a fellowship that comes with a free trip anywhere in the world. Where should I go? Whoa, a fellowship. Does that, and you said you work within like food sciences, right? Or something, right? Where are you gonna go? Japan? Thailand? Motherfucking I don't really know where else to go. Argentina? South Africa? He then told me that once I was a safe distance away, he'd fired off 3... Motherfrickin'. You don't have the right to free speech. Right. We were studying carbon credits in class. They basically are a sham, too easy for business to use them for greenwashing. Yeah, fucking... Wait, you're doing that in your cooking class? Carbon credits? This is another way to fuck people over. He then told me that once I was a safe distance away, he'd fire off 3 shots into the air, shots he'd claim were aimed at me after I punched him and ran off. But then after that, it was up to me to get myself to the next village, which would take all night. And he gave me a torch and compass and told me to keep going north no matter what, and then wish me luck. And the last thing he did was make me promise him something. And then I turned and ran. Wait, what? The last thing he did was make me promise him something. Wait, what was the promise? It just skipped to I turned and ran. I remember... Oh. Serbia sounds interesting. I hear it's like cold as shit though. Like deathly cold. Wait, you're a grad student? Oh wait, did you not finish cooking school? Culinary arts school? Or did you like switch up your direction? Sustainable food systems. Oh wait, so did you do culinary school and then you went to graduate school focused on the sustainable food systems? Serbia's cold like Russia and Sweden. I heard it was like next level cold. Y'all see what's going on in Jamaica right now? No, what is it? A boom book? Oh yeah, the hurricane? People across Jamaica are making final preparations for the dangerous effects. Why Melissa's intensification en route to Jamaica is so extraordinary. Hurricane Melissa threatens to make a direct strike when Jamaica is the most powerful storm in its history. See how strong it'll become and where it's headed. Holy fuck. Jamaica is bracing for destruction as a rapidly intensifying Hurricane Melissa inches closer, threatening. It's a Cat 4 or 5. Man, that's tough. Fuck, dude. Is it gonna keep going up towards Florida and shit? Oh. He gave me a torch and compass and told me to keep going north no matter what, and then wish me luck. The last thing he did was make me promise him something. Then I turned and ran. I remember hearing the gun going off behind me, and it was such a messed up situation that I was actually glad to hear it. I knew that it meant that I had to get moving. But the shots might also scare away any animals in the area, animals that might have otherwise have made me a midnight snack. Making it to the village didn't take all night either, but I did hear shouting from behind me at one point where a peace town had sent out search parties probably looking for me. Thankfully, Stalker had given me so much of a head start that they didn't catch up, not even with me at walking pace. But the thought of what they'd do if they caught me was still terrifying. And when I made it to the next village, I knocked on the first door I found. Anywhere else, you might expect people to tell you to F off if you woke them up in the middle of the night. But the Thai family whose house it was were stereotypically understanding and friendly, and helped me get back to Nai Soy in the morning, which was the... I did my senior bachelor's thesis on how Haiti foreign aid from European nations to be sustainable right before the earthquake or tsunami. Look how great they've done in 15 years. Yeah, I don't know, man. Can't save everybody. I was just going to study SFS at culinary school, confusing. Hey, okay. Still in the nice soy. Yeah, dude. I mean, we're almost done here, but it's a long-ass one. What's your take on the illegal immigrant causing a big crash with a semi-trunk? He had a CDL with a California ID, which Gavin denied, saying illegals aren't receiving IDs. Yeah, I mean, if it's an issue in which like people are inappropriately getting their credentials to do something that they're not prepared to do, then there's a lot of issues to face there. But, you know, if your state doesn't want to do anything about it or lawmakers don't want to address it, then, you know, look the fuck out, man. Keep your head on a fucking swivel on the highway. But the Thai family whose house it was were stereotypically understanding and friendly and helped me back. That crash was 5 miles from your house. That's terrifying, bro. That's what I'm saying, man. Reality can just strike out of nowhere. It's fucking crazy. Honestly, we'd be better off just having like AI truck drivers at this point. But the Thai family whose house it was, truckers cross state lines. Well, yeah, I mean, hopefully it's, I don't know, severe consequences. 2 people burned beyond recognition. Yeah, it's fucked. Absolutely fucked. I mean, I don't know. Is there any sort of like state regulation that's in charge of those? Because I remember hearing like it's actually pretty common for people who, one, don't speak the language, who are getting these CDLs, like having like an earpiece in their ear, and then they just get their CDL because someone else like translates for them in the earpiece, and then, you know, they get certified essentially without actually being prepared to do what their job entails. You think you can live in a hurricane-prone area? I know, dude, I can't. Like, my friends live down in Florida, near Tampa, and they've had their house destroyed twice. They had it destroyed once, and it was devastating. They rebuild, and then the next year it immediately got destroyed again, but worse. And now they've literally just rebuilt it, and they might sell that property in, like, January or some shit. But, like, if they get hit again, like, I don't know what they'll do. Like, I genuinely do not know what the fuck they'll do, and it's really scary. It just sucks because their place is like the only place on the block that's like not up on stilts, which I guess should indicate, you know, to people. But I mean, at the same time, it was insane. It was like that area that they lived in, the Gulf, had not been hit by a major hurricane in, like, I don't even know, some crazy amount of time, like 70 plus years or something. And then of course they moved down there and get it like twice in a row. Our province since cracked down on companies illegal truck driving, shutting them down and passing out large fees because people have not trained or have illegal licenses. I mean, that's good, man. I don't know how you can be in such fucking like dire need for truck drivers that you would put the lives of other people at jeopardy for people who are completely untrained, essentially just untrained. Like, I don't even give a shit that they're illegal, but if they don't know what the fuck they're doing, like, why you know, what the fuck? Just out there fucking, like, it's me, like, put me in front of a piece of machinery I've never used, and like someone's probably getting exploded, you know? Yeah, and that's scary too. A lot of the truck driver, just any truck driver really, is just going across the nation on fucking meth or like hardcore Adderall, cocaine, all that shit. 100 people lost their homes to a fire because government hair gel sent the water to an endangered. Yeah, I do remember that. They still haven't cleaned it up yet, and it was 30 miles from now. So that's fucked, man. Yeah, he's fucking weird. He's fucking weird, man. Like, do you remember whenever he was talking about like how after those fires he was like talking about the Olympics, and like he was just like kind of like bouncing up and down excited about talking about the Olympics coming to California, like, well, we're going to be doing a lot of like, we're going to be getting smart cities and and just like, what the fuck is your problem, bro? Like, people are dying, losing their homes and shit, and you're just like stoked about some weird dystopian 15-minute city bullshit. If you want to speak with the deceased in the night until 3 in the morning on November 1st, you can with the help of a mirror and water. Just don't look in the mirror if you're going to do it. Ugh, no thank you, bro. I'd rather not talk to any demons. Look at Trump's age progression as president compared to anyone else. Yeah, he does not look like... Well, obviously, it's been 2016 to now is like way... You know, obviously there was a term between, but still, like... He was already old as fuck, and... Yeah, he looks terrible. And now he, like, drags his fucking feet everywhere. It's really weird. Iris, I recognize your PFP, but everybody's got their names like your diabolical baby. You got your government name. Oh, he looks... Oh, you think he looks the same? Oh, I thought he looks like... If you go back and look at 2016 Trump, he, like, looks like a young, spry chap, you know? Now I feel like he reminds me of my grandma, where, like, he's constantly grinding his teeth because it's, like, has fake teeth. The only reason I could think to actually give non-citizen like CDLs the ability to vote, etc., is that it gets whoever allows it more votes for them. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a logical conclusion there for sure, but I mean, at the expense of other people's lives is just so fucking... It's like, literally, why not just get AI, you know? What about his son, Baron? Oh, yeah, Baron. What is Baron, like 9 feet tall now? Frost Tenchi, what's up, dude? Newsom's high-speed rails, that's like quadruple over budget and years behind schedule. Right, yeah. I mean, I can't wrap my head around it. I've only been to California like one fucking time. Who knows? All that money probably just got laundered somewhere or whatever. You put the government in charge of fucking anything, it's always going to be the most inefficient, like, garbled, corrupt mess. Some form of mafia is going to show up and be like, we'll take it from here. Hey, not with demons. With someone of yours, if you have an unfinished word that you would say, make it easier for you to, in the spirit. I don't know, man. I don't know. Have you heard of Amazon replacing 600k jobs for AI and robots? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Trying to be as efficient as possible. You know, they don't care about their workers anyways, right? But, yeah, what jobs specifically are they replacing? Is it just like the fulfillment services, like filling people's packages or whatever with jizz, robot jizz? Hydrate. Oh, good point. Been taking a drink in forever, and I still haven't finished the first story, and we've been going for almost 3 hours. Were they getting the energy? What? What do you mean? For the robot shit? I guess it's just in the same way they automate everything, right? Red Bull. I mean, like, obviously the AI aspect is, like, it's a separate server. Like, the servers get their own energy, right? And then it's like the automation gets its own energy from however it's, like, running, which I assume is primarily just based on oil still, or I have no idea. Is it electric? Oil to electric? I have no idea. What's my drink tonight? I just had like a bunch of water. Well, initially I had a Sprite, a Sprunk, a Diet Dr. Sprunk, and then I had a, right there, it's just like a bunch of electrolytes mixed into a bunch of water. Still pissed how he lost over $2.3 billion to help combat homelessness. Dude didn't want to be audited, which is funny. Kind of exposes his position in the situation. Yeah, I mean, you look at him. I mean, like, no one fucking, like, greases their hair back like that if they're not, like, a soulless fucking husk, you know what I mean? Who just, like, says whatever the fuck they need to say to get to their end goal, which is probably, like, pussy and money, like every other human being, you know what I mean? Like, you can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, like, people just want pussy and they want money. It's fucking awesome. They're not replacing anyone with AI, but we will live in technocracy, which means the power of skill of the incompetent will fall away evolutionarily, because that's the law of nature. Well, yeah, I mean, I've heard the people who like kind of, like the World Economic Forum Pete types, like they always talk about everything being replaced by AI in that technocracy sense. But they always like talk about, since all those people are going to be essentially without work on that lower rung, that then you would need some type of like UBI bullshit to kind of like fill them in. Or you kill a large percentage of the population so you don't have to like feed them anymore or whatever, or like but the question is that if they do cull, as they call it, like off a large section of the population, how would you cull them? How do you kill? I guess maybe like a war or something. I don't know. Should bust out the Schlenkerla to drink after the Yingling. What's that? Still pay cut would probably be insane. You don't have to kill them, you just don't help them. I guess so. It would probably be like a slower process too. I'm sure general fertility and overall would probably start to like trickle down as time goes on for all sorts of various, probably endocrine disrupting reasons. There are folks in government presently that want to turn everyone non-productive into biodiesel. Oh, like the Matrix or something? But how do you turn people into biodiesel? Do you just like, you would have to completely reformat the government to then take them and turn them into goo, right? Can I get everyone to say spaceman soup? You should have an easier hunt for Halloween candy. That's true. That'll be nice. I'll be the only one out trick-or-treating in 2030. You put them in the dieseler. Yeah. Duh, I just throw them in the fucking dieseler. But the Thai family whose house was... What the hell? My God, can't the story just read itself? But the Thai family whose house it was were stereotypically understanding and friendly, and helped me get back to Nai Soi in the morning, which was the village I started in where I met up with Prem. And when I turned up at his house, he couldn't believe I was alive, and we were so relieved to see each other that we actually hugged. After that, it was a case of going back the way I'd come, via the 13-hour bus ride back to Bangkok. And the most difficult part of all that happened... And the most difficult... Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking die. The most difficult part of all happened after I flew back to the UK, because I had to meet with Stalker's mum and fulfill the promise I'd made him. And that involved lying to her and telling her he was dead. He told me he couldn't leave, that people would get hurt if he tried, and that he couldn't let that happen. He also said he was far gone to home come. What? He was too far. Okay, I have dyslexia now, officially. He also said he was too far gone to come home, that he'd never adjust, and that it'd be all... God fucking damn it. My brain is starting to just melt. He also said that he was far too gone to come home, and that he just... Damn. He also said he was too far gone to come home, that he'd never adjust, and it'd all be one big disaster if he tried. Holy fuck. He also said he was too far gone to come home, that he'd never adjust, and it'd all be one big disaster if he tried. So, all that considered, it was better that his mum and sister believed that he was dead. But I didn't agree, and although I promised him that I'd convince them he was, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried, don't get me wrong, but I broke down just a few words in and had to tell them the truth. I said I'd failed, and that I'd probably spend the rest of my life regretting that failure. They'd trust me to get the job done, to bring their son and brother home, and I'd been too stupid and weak to be able to manage it. And we all cried together while they tried reassuring me that I'd done my best, and they were grateful that I'd even tried. But that didn't seem to do anything for that sense of personal failure that I felt, and the feeling that if I'd done things differently, Stalker would have been right there sitting next to us. And not 10,000 miles away in a place that was intended to be heaven, but turned out to be hell. Do you know what is the most severe punishment in my religion and custom? Ignoring is the ultimate punishment. Imagine that no one addresses you and notices you as if you were a ghost. Yeah, but what religion are you talking about? Like, what religion actually believes, like, openly in their book even says about, like, that when you die, you just become like a ghost? I swear to God, like, every Abrahamic religion is like, there's like a heaven and hell, and that ghosts are just like demons or some shit. Deep sleeping so peacefully. Catholics believe in ghosts? I thought Catholics just had that additional, like, purgatory thing. Is that what ghosts are? Purgatory? Being ignored is so relaxing. Please stop paying attention to me. Stop looking at me. Stop perceiving me. Gnostic Tengri in the mirror of the proceedings. Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that. The Holy Ghost. Yeah, but I think it's just a translation thing, like the Holy Spirit. It's just like an extension of God from like the throne of heaven or something into like down on earth into people or whatever. The way I say pissy with your accent, so good. Pussy. Big, fat, stinking pussy. If you're in purgatory, you're going to heaven eventually. It's just that you still have attachments you have to break, and it involves suffering, and that's why I was taught growing up. Yeah, but the purgatory never made sense to me from the concept of like all or nothing with Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Because like in Christianity, it's like it's all or nothing, and you accept Jesus and you get to heaven, right? I guess you still have to like exist like you know, are trying or whatever. But at the same time, I just didn't really understand, like, if Jesus died for everybody's sins, what's the point of purgatory? I just don't really get that. It's all or nothing. Would you be okay not celebrating Halloween if you were Catholic? Is that what Catholics can't celebrate Halloween? That's fucked. That's absolutely freaking fucked. I guess I wouldn't care that much, honestly. Like, Halloween's not that important to me. And, dude, there's nobody that breaks the rules in their religion. Well, I guess everybody breaks the rules in their religion, but, like, I'm obviously much more familiar with, like, Catholics. And every Catholic I ever knew is, like, drunk as fuck. You know what I mean? Going out and not all of them, you know what I mean? But, like, a lot of them are, like, not even into it. Or even eating pork. Oh yeah, Christian. I mean, everybody. Muslim, Jew, Christian, whatever random bullshit. Someone saw God picking up a rock. Like, it's just too fucking hard to follow all the rules all the time. Sometimes you just gotta go stick your wiener in something. You know what I mean? Your stepsisters don't celebrate, so lame. Is it because of Catholic stuff? I grew up Catholic and we always did Halloween. Yeah, see, I guess it just depends, you know what I mean? Some Catholics I feel like are into purgatory, other ones not. Like, there's so many subsects of everything. You just can't. Oh, they're just baseline Christian. You're not supposed to eat shellfish in Catholic, which is weird because like then there's also New Testament stuff. I think in like the epistles, like the letters from Paul or whatever the fuck it was, but he sits there and says like to not concern yourself with like food, and like to basically all the previous food customs are kind of like null and void, and that it's just kind of like legalism that you're caught up in for no reason. Catholics have no diet restrictions except when fasting. Oh right, yeah. I mean, I guess it just depends, because your church, your mosque, your whatever else is like going to be different, like down the street from each other, you know? You might have a really energetic person who like leads your whole thing, who teaches you some shit, and then someone right down the road, same religion technically, but they just like have a different interpretation. Why fast when you can slow? Yeah, it's not very useful to fast when the laity and the clergy as a whole are unrepentant. Yeah, whatever. You know, it's like that, and that's, you know, rules for thee, but not for, rules for thee, but not for me, is a pretty common practice within, like, religion, and it's annoying. Started questioning a lot of things in 6th grade because I couldn't reconcile with the idea that someone who isn't baptized would be led into... Yeah, I mean, that's the hardest part, is, like, I remember many a times I'm like, what about, like, people that just, like, never heard about Jesus? Like, what's the deal there? Like, all the... Like, you know what I mean? Like, from the year before Jesus, and then what about feudal Japan? Feudal Japan has some of the coolest fucking anime bullshit ever, you know, with samurais and stuff. Like, are they just like born fucked, you know? Are they just like completely screwed right out the gate because they didn't receive a piece of information? Why can't Jews and Muslims eat pork? I don't know. I mean, the Christians were the same way, because the Christians are just an evolution of that. And it's really strange too, because like Islam came like 500 years right after the sort of advent of Christianity, which was an evolution of Judaism, and like I don't know why they specifically gravitated towards the pork thing. You think they would have just made it easier on themselves? Maybe Muhammad was like, ugh, yuck, pork chops again, Mom? No thanks. I do my best to be loving to others, even my enemies. I want to be able to say one day that I have no enemies and that I serve the Lord with them. Yeah, there you go, you know. You do your best. Just Jesus went to hell to save them. Yeah, but did he went to hell to save the previous ones, I guess. And that's a lot of like open-ended interpretation, right? Freeing the prisoners or whatever. But like, what about all the other ones like after the year, you know, 0 AD or whatever? You know what I'm saying? All the really random, like, tangential sort of societies, like, presumably billions of people. I don't know. Satan is just a liar. It has nothing to do with, if you know the Bible, people couldn't even read 400 years ago. God is way deeper than all these worldly things and practices. And I don't know, man. Who knows? I think that's the craziest part, is like we're so certain, but it's like, why are we so certain all the time about anything? Like, where do we find our certainty? Is it given to us by some sort of external, like, brainwashing, or is it given to us by some sort of internal spiritual revelation? Like, it's like, how would one even ever know? There's a lot of canon in Catholicism that is nowhere in official church text, but is considered fact. Example, Mother Mary was without sin, even though Jesus was officially the only one without sin. Yeah, I don't really understand Catholicism's obsession with, like, Mother Mary. I mean, like, in all other Christian sects, like, she was just, you know, she was chosen by God as, like, the virgin or whatever. Even Muslims are into that narrative, but, you know, why she's so important in Catholicism, I don't really know. I don't really get it. It almost like starts coming off as like weird. Same with like my friend, he goes to what's it called? Like Orthodox. He goes to like a Russian Orthodox church. I don't even know if it's Russian or what it is, but they go to an Orthodox church and they have all these idols. They have these like weird idols that they have to like kiss, and it's very legalistic, it's very like repetitive. And I'm just like, why are you kissing those things? Like, is that in and of itself not like idol worship, like worshiping things separate from Jesus or whatever? I'm gonna dip philosophy as awesome. Hey, good to see you, Sharon, good to see you, thank you. Immaculate Conception, think about it. I mean, I thought about it, it's pretty cool, you know, but I just don't know why it's like, you know, the primary focus after the fact. Mary herself referred to Jesus as her salvation, which she wouldn't need had she not been a sinner, I think. Oh yeah, it makes sense, yeah. At least from a, you know, we're getting into the semantics of everything, but I don't know. Who knows, man? Isn't it weird to think, like, stories from how long ago? 2,000 years ago? 1,500 years ago are dictating our current society. It's like you have all this technology, all this stuff, but, like, the struggle of the human mind is, like, still just basically trying to make sense of death and life direction. Spirit is within us. Word is information from ancestors. An instinct is DNA. That's our name too. The word is constant and unifies us all. It surrounds and creates everything that exists. Iconography is thought to allow a person's prayers to pass to the one depicted by the idols. How high do you have to get to come to that conclusion? Not you specifically, but just like, how do they even come up with any of this shit? Do you think Jesus has a bloodline? I mean, like, there's like the whole concept where Jesus' bloodline extended from Adam, right? Like, it was really, really important. It seems like in was the Gospel of Mark, or is it Matthew, where it shows his bloodline from Adam leading all the way up to, like, Jesus. And the idea was that, like, people argue that they put that there to show that he's, like, basically the new Adam or whatever. But at the same time, they're also saying that it was like the Nephilim, like the weird alien creatures that came down in Genesis 6:4, that, like, muddied the bloodline of humanity or something, basically to interfere with, like, the bloodline leading up to Jesus, so that whenever he, basically to interfere with, like, the sacrifice to save humanity or something. It's all really fucking, it's like whenever, like, Christian sci-fi starts, people are really interpreting a lot of shit. The egg theory is good. What's that? My brother was Jesus last year for Halloween, but this year he's Baphomet. Nice. Christianity is the longest running cult. I don't know if that's a knock on religion. I would say that the Abrahamic religions before Christianity would be the longest running cult, unless you believe Judaism is the true one or something. And I feel like even before that, like even before Judaism, was Zoroastrianism. You guys ever hear of Zoroastrianism? It's like came out of like Iran and stuff. Oh, you were asking if Jesus had offspring. I mean, I don't think so. I think his whole shtick or whatever narratively was just to, like, be a human that died for everyone. And, I don't think he, like, banged anybody. At least it didn't say that, so it's, be really open-ended or whatever. The spirits of the Nephilim long to inhabit a physical form again, so they seek out human hosts, hence demonic possession. Oh, is that what they are? So many years ago, at the dawn of the 1990s, I had a best friend called Gina, and we were practically inseparable, so much so that it became a funny running joke, and certain people would refer to us collectively as Jennifer. Oh, crap. Hey, Miss YOLO Love. Thank you. Love you too. Good to see you. What's happening? Dun, 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 dun. Gina, my wife. My wife. Many years ago, at the dawn of the 1990s, I had a best friend called Gina, and we were practically inseparable, so much so that it became a running joke, and certain people would refer to us collectively as Jennifer, as in Jenny plus Gina equals Jennifer. And we thought that we'd be attached to the hip till the time that we were old and gray. And then one day, completely out of the blue, Gina declared that she was moving to Nevada. But I guess I shouldn't have been totally surprised, and here's why. About a month before she announced the move, Gina's grandma passed away and left her a bunch of money. And since her estate was being divided among all of Gina's siblings and cousins, I was expecting it to be a couple of $1,000s at most. But when I asked exactly how much she'd received, Gina said it was a life-changing amount, and that technically, she'd never have to work again. It turns out Gina's Meemaw was kind of an investment guru, or rather, she hired someone who was, and gave her a whole bunch of her pension money to invest with. And this person turned out to be very, very good at their job, meaning that by the time oh man, I'm a little tired. Your first girlfriend was named Jennifer. You should call her. Only Revelation says it's a sin to change scripture as far as I can tell. Yeah, I don't know, man. Who knows? Who knows what the fuck's going on? I'm gonna just start writing shit in the book. Guys, I'm gonna go live in a cave. I'm gonna come back out of that cave after probably 30 minutes, and I'm gonna give you all the revelations that I've gotten via the angel Gabriel from God. And if you guys don't listen, I'm gonna chop your head off. Just kidding. Sometimes you gotta ghost because being kind just gives them false hope, but not ghosting people you were close to. Obs magobs. Yeah, from the angel Gabriel Iglesias. Okay, listen. I am fat, not fluffy. I'm gonna give you some fluffy information. Dude, Gabriel Iglesias is like stupid, filthy rich, and I've always been curious like how he got so filthy rich. I love it. He's got like some big home gym, and he like clearly doesn't touch it at all. You also read 911 calls too, right? Yeah. Well, that might be Your Maker you're thinking of. There's a channel called Your Maker. Some people say we sound similar, but I think it's just because we both have very bassy microphones. Look at the oldest version of Our Father we know of. It says something entirely different than the current recited one. Oh, okay, interesting. I just remember I had that like memorized because like the football league I was involved in when I was a kid was a Christian one, so like we always had to say that specific prayer, and I said it so many times I got it down pat. He eats the gym, yeah. His dumbbells are just hot dogs. This person turned out to be very good at the job, meaning that by the time she died, me mom was worth literally tens of millions of dollars. I know money is no replacement for losing someone you love, but having known someone who's passed away when he's pretty young, getting a chunk of change to solve your money problems sure does soften the blow a little. Not entirely, but it does. But that was not the case with Gina, because rather than begin some new and exciting chapter in her life, Gina's grandma passing away triggered the most deep-seated death anxiety in her. Gina started to reevaluate everything that wasn't a relationship with her nearest and dearest, and she realized that she kind of hated living in California. She realized that she hated her job, and she realized that she wanted way more out of life. And then after a period of self-reflection, she dropped the news about Nevada. I figured since she had all that money, she picked out a nice place to live. Not a mansion or anything, that wasn't Gina's style, but at the minimum, I expected her to at least buy a house. Only she didn't. And where she showed me where she was moving to, I was stunned. Because Gina wasn't moving into a house. She was moving into a trailer park in the desert that was so run down it was mostly abandoned. And she asked me to go check the place out with her, just to make sure that it was livable. And that term could only be applied very loosely, but it was enough for me to make a decision there and then. She was moving, and the trailer park would be her new home. My boyfriend and I helped her move, and then we went to visit her around 3 weeks later to see how she was doing, and what we saw amazed us. Gina had gone from living a pretty basic life to living almost completely off the grid. She had no phone line, no running water, and the only electricity she got came from a generator that she kept topped with propane. But make no mistake here, while it might sound like she was having a self-imposed poverty, her step-up was surprisingly comfortable. And by the time we visited, she had her trailer beautifully decorated both inside and out, and she had a TV with an aerial that picked up local stations, and she... you have severe religious OCD. It's painful to live with. Oh, like, you say you're Catholic, right? The Catholic OCD's got to be the fucking worst, because then you just like constantly got to like, do the crossing of your fingers over your chest and forehead and stuff, and then you gotta like, I imagine, do you have to go to what's it called, confession? And if you miss confession, you're probably like, oh my god, how many drinks get you drunk? Oh man, probably like 3. I hate when you drink too much and make my tolerance go up. You just gotta wait it out. Reset. Come back later. Go nuts. No confession, no sacrament. What's a sacrament again? Like you don't get a cookie? It's been a little bit since I've gone. I've been rolling in the dirt. It's all good, man. I haven't been to church in a long ass time. I used to go all the fucking time. You don't get the Eucharist. Yeah, but I don't understand, like, can't you just, I don't understand, what do you really need? Like, if you really sit and look back at, like, what Jesus was talking about, like, one of his biggest, like, frustrations, it seemed like when you read the Gospels, was the fact that there was this sort of, like, religious, or this religiosity that had taken over the local area with, like, the Pharisees and stuff, this, like, integration with, like, politics, but also like people's spiritual selves, and basically lording that politics over people via their spiritualism. And it seemed like Jesus very heavily was like against legalism. And then as soon as Catholicism kind of came along within the context of Christianity, it just kind of seems like it replaced all of that legalism with its own form of legalism, and completely goes against a lot of like the anti-legalistic, philosophy that Jesus seemingly had, you know what I mean? When it comes to Catholic Mass, I actually do really well in structured environments. Well, maybe that's good for people, I guess. I don't know. A hypocritical lady begets a hypocritical clergy. What's a lady? Hello, ladies. You like it better than the evangelical Baptist approach? Yeah, that's fine too. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, it's just whatever you desire. I just always felt bad for the Catholics because it always seemed like they carried such a strong degree of guilt. But there's a lot of like, evangelical Baptist ones that kind of just like say like one and done, Jesus forgave you, don't go on sinning, but like also just, live your fucking life and don't feel like bad about the past or your current sins because you're forgiven past, present, and future. Catholic has cool aesthetics, to be honest. I could see myself singing in a massive echoey church like a haunting mermaid, but in a church. Oh, like yeah, you could be a ghost in one of them. A sacrament is multiple things, but essentially a fundamental practice/procedure within the church that should be done routinely or at least once. The Eucharist, confession, baptism, marriage, etc. Oh, you like have to do marriage? Is it like heavily encouraged that you gotta get married? Are there any single Catholics? You don't have to get married. If you don't, do you go to heck? You ever been to a church that does the weird possession thing with the shouting and crying and whatnot? Freaked me the hell out. I was wingman for my buddy to try and nail this chick. We bailed. That's hilarious. Trying to nail like some Pentecostal chick. Good luck, man. Good luck. It's considered sacred, hence the statues of sacrament. Okay, that makes sense. Just means that you need to have a Catholic marriage if you do get married. Oh. Which is tough because, I mean, so many like random Catholics like date outside of Catholicism and then they try to like convert the person. But I guess that's the same thing with like Islam and Judaism, really. It's like, but it just sucks that like if you love somebody or care about somebody, you have to like hide your affection for them because of like your religious community. I think that's just fucking stupid shit. Church is a good place to meet women, Joel. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's a great place to get some awkward side hugs. She had a TV with a satellite that picked up some local stations, and she had a small greenhouse set up so she could grow vegetables, and on top of her trailer, pointed up towards the sky, was a telescope. Now, I'd gone from super skeptical to completely understanding her vision for moving out there. It was quiet and peaceful, and the scenery was actually very pretty considering it was the desert. And the only catch seemed to be the terms of the lease, or rather, the lack thereof. Gina said that she had paid her landlord $10 a month, and she was pretty sure it was off the books, too. I remember being pretty concerned about that because if something went wrong, the landlord had no obligation to do anything about it. But Gina didn't care. She wanted that kind of independence, and she didn't want to have to rely on anyone but herself. And at first, I thought it was cool as hell. My best friend was living out this newfound dream of hers, and she was making it happen not just on the back of all that money she got, but because she was working her ass off to make it work. I was proud of her, really proud. But then things started to go wrong. One day I got a call from Gina's sister saying that she was kind of worried about her. I thought maybe something had gone wrong with the trailer or with that sketchy landlord, but her sister said it was more like a psychological problem. And it was one that I'd already spotted a sign of without ever even realizing it. And before the move, Gina had been interested in a lot of things, but astronomy was not one of them. So when I saw that telescope on top of her trailer and asked why the new hobby, she said something. Oh, why the new hobby? Okay, she has tens of millions of dollars that somehow... She has tens of millions of dollars, right? That somehow the grandmother was able to make from having a person invest her pension money. They took her pension money and turned literally 1,000-folded it. And then after getting tens of millions of dollars from this inheritance, she goes and rents a trailer out in the middle of nowhere. Rents a trailer, doesn't just buy one and plop it there or something. Literally could have got an RV. She rents a trailer for $10 a month. I don't know. I just think it's even funnier that the person writing this is concerned that the landlord might not cover it if there's no lease. Guys, there's no lease. And it's maybe just use the fucking small fortune in your bank account to... I don't know. My uncle used to be a badass, then he turned born again. He went so far as to become ordained even. That was back in the late 90s, hadn't been the same since, couldn't even tell you last time he spoke. Interesting. So he didn't become like a better person. So when I saw that telescope on top of her trailer and asked why the new hobby, she said something about how the night sky was so clear, so she figured it'd be a cool addition. And she was right too, and I can only imagine how beautiful the stars looked through that thing on a clear desert night. But the thing about that was, Gina hadn't told me the whole truth, and she totally masked the reasons for her moving out to the desert. But the next time I visited, it was well and truly a mask-off type moment. Between the last time I visited Gina and this time, I'd gone through my first pregnancy and even given birth to my daughter. And that meant that by the time her sister called, I hadn't seen Gina for almost 8 months. I drove out to give her the news that I was pregnant. My first pregnancy, right. So this is the second pregnancy, okay. Wait, what? The last time I was in this time I go through my first pregnancy. Wait, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Between the last time I visited Gina and this time, I'd gone through... Oh, okay, so the last time and this time, that That meant by the time her sister called, which now is, okay, in the future here, but almost 8 months since that interaction. Wait. How long has it been? So Gina got the money and then they connected and then she had the fucking thing out in the middle of the desert? I don't fucking know what's going on, bro. Bruno Raposo. Welcome to the Buttersauce Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, whatever. Between the last time I visited Gina and this time, I'd gone through my first pregnancy and given birth to my daughter. And that meant by the time her sister called, I hadn't seen Gina for almost 8 months, and I drove out to give her the news that I was pregnant. I was also very worried during the more recent drive out to see her, and all on account of what her sister had said during that phone call. She said Gina had been saying some pretty wild things, and not a lot of it made a whole lot of sense. She didn't say much more than that, but it was worrying enough on its own, so I drove out to see her the very next day. Gina was outside when I rolled into the trailer park, tending to some of the vegetables that she was growing in that little greenhouse of hers. And when she saw me coming, she ran to my car and gave me a big hug when I got out. And she asked about my daughter, what it was like being a mom, and at first, everything seemed totally normal. Her trailer and the space around it was looking better than ever, with that telescope still sitting on top. And I asked her how she was, and she told me, great. She didn't say anything weird or crazy sounding, only that the dry desert air had been pretty rough on her skin, and that she was going to make whoever made her moisturizer a very rich person, which sounded remarkably level-headed for someone who was supposedly having a mental breakdown. But then we walked into her trailer and my jaw just about hit the floor. Almost every visible surface, both horizontal and vertical, was covered in posters, paintings, and little knickknacks, and every single one of them had a running theme: aliens. There were framed photos of so-called UFO sightings, some of which had the dates and times engraved into little metal labels attached to the frames. And she had corny little green alien knickknacks all over the place too, most of which she had picked up from some dusty tourist traps that surrounded Area 51. A bunch of little UFO models were hanging from the ceiling, and there were little green men plushies on every corner of her built-in couch, and her bookshelf had swelled with at least 24 books of extraterrestrial visitations, encounters, and abductions. Now I'm saying, Gina, is there anything you'd like to tell me regarding your choice of decor? And she just sighed and says, my sister called you, didn't she? And I admitted she had, but then asked Gina for an admission of her own. Something was going on with her, and I wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth. And over the next hour or so, Gina explained her newfound obsession, but on the surface, there wasn't anything to be all that alarmed about. Having her grandma pass and receiving all that inheritance money had obviously had her questioning what she wanted out of life, and it was during that kind of quarter-life crisis that she started wondering if the truth really was out there. She started doing a little research on UFO phenomena, and then a little turned into a lot, before a lot turned into an all-day, everyday. She found all aspects of the subject fascinating, which on the surface seemed totally harmless. But as I came to find out, it wasn't just a usual... Joel, do you catastrophize? Not really. I usually, if I'm catastrophizing something, I just get to the bottom of it, you know what I mean? Like, I try to find solutions as fast as possible. Like with my gym, it was a catastrophe, but then I quickly went out and found the appropriate people to help figure shit out, and seems to be better. You rather not panic? Yeah, I mean, there's no point in panicking, right? It's just logically, you're well, I could panic, but like, what even is panicking if you think about it? Just you going like, and it's like, does that even feel good? Probably not. But what feels really good is like getting to the point, getting to the solution. How did we decide that baby barf green was the perfect stereotypical alien color? Wouldn't sandy brown make more sense considering they seem to center around New Mexico? Yeah, or like the typical grays or something. I don't know where green came from. Unless some of them just like look like that. Little green men. The grays are jerks. I think the grays are just like some sort of autonomous sort of cyborg, not cyborg, but like basically there's like tall grays, and then the little grays are like they're, I don't know, what do you call them? Like they're biological robots. They just go and do like chores for the other grays on their behest. Yeah, I guess the reptilians are really mean. I think the reptilians might be the ones running the whole world. They're the ones that want us to exist in like a totalitarian grid system. The OG UFO sightings labeled them as little green men. Oh, okay. Oh. How do you get into character for all your different voices? I don't know, I just remember them, I guess, if I do a character. I hear it in my head and then I go... But as I came to find out, it wasn't just a casual interest. In so many words, and I listened to all this in total horror, Gina had thought long and hard about her purpose in the world, as well as who she was, and had decided that she didn't belong on Earth. And now, out of context, this might have even been more frightening than the reality, but she didn't mean it in a sort of self-destructive way, not entirely anyway. And so Gina had come to believe that her origins lay on some other planet, one that wasn't even in our solar system. She subscribed to that sort of aliens are walking among us kind of belief system, but not in the sense that they're all walking around in skin suits pretending to be human. It was more like certain people had extraterrestrial souls planted into them, and she was one of them. And that wasn't all either. Gina had been tracking North American UFO sightings for quite some time, and claimed to have noticed a dramatic increase in recent sightings. She also claimed to have noticed increased activity around Area 51, which she monitored frequently, which had brought her to the deeply shocking conclusion that she was due to return home. I remember listening in silence while she ranted on and on about how they were going to pick her up and take her home, and how she'd finally be in a place that she'd always belonged. It was like a roller coaster of emotion. I was scared, upset, mad at the people she'd been talking to who'd been filling her head with all this nonsense about Greys and Anunnaki. I didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or yell at her. But all I could do was listen with increasing horror as she eventually revealed that she was due to return home very soon, maybe even that night. Gina was so confident that she was going to be visited by aliens, and that she invited me to stay at her place that night so I could witness it for myself. And apparently, even if they didn't come to pick her up, UFOs had been doing flybys of her trailer, so I'd most definitely see one of those if I'd stay up late enough with her. And using the phone belonging to Gina's landlord, I called my boyfriend to let him know what was going on and how I was staying with Gina for the night to monitor her. And he asked if I wanted him to join us. Oh, right. This is my opinion, plus God is a woman. She would never punish someone doing their best. Duh. Yeah, who knows, dude? Maybe God's like a total bitch. Yeah, this is like some Heaven's Gate stuff. Kind of like that. Remember the aliens in like Red Dead Redemption 2? If I was a woman, it would make a lot of sense. God, why won't you answer my prayers? She's ghosting you. She's wholly ghosting you. Chicken Joe Clark, what's up, bro? The original Aramaic, our father referred to God as the Father Mother. The Father Mother. Yeah, but where would if the Our Father prayer came from Gospels, wouldn't it have, like, in the context of his society that Jesus existed in, was that like olden day Palestine or whatever, Judea and all that kind of stuff, like, so what mother, father, God word would be used in the Aramaic if he would only have been able to reference like the old Torah and all that kind of shit? Do you remember the vampire in Red Dead 2? Was that the guy who was like cutting everybody's bodies up? I don't think I finished that quest line. He was like a murderer, and then at one point he like tries to jump on you or something, and you push him off and then blast him. The prayer in the gospel was a translation from Aramaic to Greek, which was then translated to other languages. Right. Well, let me. I'm curious now. Was the original Aramaic of the Our Father's prayer a father, mother, word, question mark? No, there's no solid linguistic evidence that the original Aramaic form, the prayer commonly called the Lord's Prayer or Our Father, is combined father-mother term. What we do know is the prayer appears in the Gospels of Jesus in Greek, in the Gospels of Matthew 6, 9 through 13, and the Gospel of Luke 11 to 2, 4. Many scholars believe Jesus likely originally taught a version in Aramaic, his native tongue, or at least in a Semitic form. In Aramaic, the opening phrase is often given as Abban di Boashmaya, or variants meaning Our Father who is in heaven. The word Abban comes from Aramaic Abba, father, plus the suffix un, meaning our. The father-mother claims. Some modern translations, interpretations, especially outside the mainstream academic settings, render the openings as father-mother or birther, father-mother of the cosmos, citing an Aramaic Abun or Abun de Boashmaya, meaning birther/father-mother of creation. But this father-mother reading is not supported by mainstream textual scholarship of Aramaic or the earliest manuscripts. For example, the academic analysis by Jimmy Atkin notes that Abban de Boashmaya just means Our Father who is in heaven. The Aramaic term Abba is well known as father. There is no attested common Semitic root meaning mother and father embedded in that form in this prayer. Some of the birther translated versions are part of more mystical or meditative interpretive traditions, not standard historical linguistic reconstructions as noted on Reddit. The prayer was originally written down in Koine Greek. That translation from Aramaic is nothing like the actual prayer. Okay. So maybe it was like a Greek word, a Greek translation? Is that what you were saying? So the mix-up came from the Greek translation? Maybe ChatGPT proved that I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, it's fine. I don't know what I'm talking about, but that would, it definitely opened up some line of dialogue, I think. The version of the prayers that appears in the Gospels and recorded, for example, Our Father in Heaven, is widely believed that Jesus originally spoke Aramaic, and that the recorded Greek text likely reflects either a direct translation from Aramaic influenced speech, or the formulation used in the early Christian community that used Greek. There exist Aramaic or Syriac versions of the prayer. For instance, Abunda Boashmaya, meaning Our Father in Heaven, are used in Syriac liturgical tradition. Where the mix-ups or translation issues occur, there are a few places where translation, for example, Greek word Ipeution in Matthew 6:11 is rendered daily, and many English versions give us our daily bread, but the Greek word is hapex, occurs almost nowhere else, and its meaning is debated. Some recent interpretations take the Aramaic and Syriac versions to suggest alternate meanings such as birth or father, mother of the cosmos, especially in mystical or meditative traditions. For example, Neil Douglas Klotz's version renders Abunda Bwashmaya, or O birth or father, mother of the cosmos. Scholarly consensus is that standard Greek form simply uses father for God in this prayer, not combined. Oh, okay, so Greek doesn't do it either. I don't know. It's all good. Good to know. DeepSeek greater than ChatGPT. Yeah, what's your experiences with DeepSeek been like? He asked if I wanted him to join us, but I said no. I wanted to make it look like a sleepover and not the intervention that it actually was. And then it was back to the trailer to keep Gina as centered as possible. And by that I mean talking to her about all things earthly as opposed to celestial. And I talked about high school, about movies, and about stuff going on back in California where she used to live. And the last thing I wanted was to talk about aliens because I didn't quite know how I was going to confront her on it yet. I thought that I was doing a good job too because she seemed content not to talk about it as the night went on. But then all of a sudden, she just looked at her watch and says, "All right, it's time." Gina asked if I wanted to join her to go spotting, as she called it, which involved a short walk out to a bluff overlooking a valley. And I stayed very neutral when I said sure, and figured when nothing happened, that would be my time to intervene and talk her out of everything. And it made for a very beautiful walk, and the night sky out there in the desert was absolutely mind-blowing. And then to my surprise, once we got to where we were going, we started to see these little lights flashing on the distant horizon. Gina said the area of the sky that we were looking at was directly over Area 51, and that the government used their own reverse-engineered UFO technology to signal and communicate with these aliens. I suggested that they were more likely to be test flights and stuff because I heard that's what they do out there. But then I said, Gina gave me this. Ever been on Omegle? I never got to use Omegle. I remember chat roulette back in college, but I never got to use actual Omegi. But when I said that, Gina gave me this irritated look and then loudly said something like, "No, Jenny, I know what I'm talking about, so don't patronize me like that." And the sudden outburst scared me terribly. Gina hadn't snapped at me like that since our college days and when we had the biggest fight of our whole friendship. But then it made sense because it was over something very real and something important. But that time, it frightened me because it was over some damned flying saucers. I also couldn't reassure myself by witnessing Gina doing any drugs or drinking because all night she'd stayed. I also couldn't reassure myself by witnessing Gina doing any drugs or drinking because all night she stayed as sober as a judge. The UFOs weren't coming out a bottle, they were just all in her head. I didn't push though. I just simply said that I'd heard they were test flights, and I'm no expert. Gina calmed down a little and then kept on talking through her thought process. She brought along some boombox from her trailer, which I assumed was for listening to music while we were searching for these UFOs. But after she made her big speech about how she was successfully signaling the aliens herself, she turned to the boombox and pressed play. As all these weird beeps and boops started coming from the speakers, Gina turned towards the distant lights and started kind of dancing. And that's when it looked like I need to meet a girl like Gina. Fucking nuts. The boombox, boombox. Do yourself a dance. Quick one. Ooh, ay, ay, ooh, yeah, ay. That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like anyway, but I guess she was making symbols with her arms and sometimes legs that the aliens could understand. And the beeps and boops were all kinds of out of rhythm and in different pitches too. There was no music to it at all. It was more like a code Gina had thought would get the aliens' attention. And I was too stunned to say anything at first, but what surprised me even more was how, as Gina was doing her weird little dance, the distant lights started getting bigger as whatever was out there got closer. I couldn't hear any engines or anything, and I know that you can hear plane engines from like a mile away, but aside from those weird beeps, there was almost total silence, nothing but crickets. And it was kind of eerie, but I still figured that we were just looking at some probably Air Force test flights. So as Gina got more and more worked up and her dancing moves got faster and more gyrating, I took my chance to intervene. I started telling her, "Gina, I don't think they're UFOs. I think you're all worked up in something and it's just manifesting as this interest in aliens." And Gina completely ignored me, throwing out her limbs and making them rigid and then alternating. Oh, shit. Wonder if the live stream will ever get back to 500 people again. Nah, I'm just kidding. It's all good. Is it Gina or Gina? Maybe I'm saying it wrong the whole time. Liar, you want more? I mean, it is interesting, but I guess at the same time, it's like I have such a niche stream that the likelihood of, like, one, bringing an audience that is going to translate from scary stories over to this type of live stream, it's a little hard, you know what I mean? I'm a niche king. We all love a niche king. Mangina. My best friend Mangina. I like the tight fam jam of the Strimstrams. That's a good point too. I mean, honestly, I don't know how well I would handle like having 15,000 people in the chat. Like, you know what I mean? I would talk about politics and I'd lose like 5,000 people. This live has brought me to meet some really amazing people. No regrets. Well, that's good. Yeah, thank you for being here, Strauss. Thanks for sharing your mangina with us. Just kidding. Gina completely ignored me, throwing out her limbs and making them rigid and then alternating between the two. I'd swear the lights got just a little bit bigger when she did that. It could have been a trick of the light, but if it was, Gina saw it too. And she was like, "You see? It's working." And she sounded all out of breath, but then no sooner did she talk, the light started to fade and then blinked out completely. And there was this brief silence as Gina stopped dancing, and then she started off towards the horizon as the tape playing the weird beeps finally came to an end. Gina didn't turn to look at me. She didn't even move at first, but I could see how tensed up she was, like every little muscle was stretched to breaking out. And then she exploded. She ran straight for me after she turned and screamed, "You messed up! They were coming! For me and you! It's... Wait, it up you... Oh, what the fuck is this? For me and you... Oh, god damn it. I had it... Usually I hit the... If it's dialogue, I can hit it on the first go, but... Joel would be at iShow speed level, wouldn't he be able to keep up with chat? That'd be fucking... I don't think I could be like that interesting, honestly, for that long. Because you kind of just have to have, like, very heavy physical comedy. And I don't know how many times I could hit myself in the nuts to entertain you guys. She ran straight for me after she turned, screaming, "You messed it up! They were coming for me, and you messed it up, you bitch!" And I'm saying, "No, wait!" But it didn't do a damn thing. I only backed up a couple of steps before she slammed into me, and then we both hit the dirt. The impact completely knocked the wind out of me, so I could barely breathe anyways. But then the next thing I know, Gina has her hands wrapped around my throat, and it felt like she was squeezing as hard as she could. She kept on screaming at me, saying that I'd ruined everything, that she was going to kill me. I tried to get a grip on one of her wrists, but she pulled it away, and then punched me so hard in the face it made my vision flash white for a second when I closed my eyes. I tried to raise my head, but she punched me again and I tasted blood in my mouth. I think if it was anyone else, a man for example, I would have been in some real trouble. But once I started to really fight back, I was able to These Quest chips, but these ones are gross. Which ones did you get? The barbecue ones actually I thought were pretty good. I hope you know you almost have as much regular viewers as someone with 1 million subscribers, so you're actually doing a damn good job. I hope you never stop making content anytime soon. I love your videos. Thank you. I hope you know you have as much regular viewers as someone with one. Yeah, who's that? Was it another channel? Lost Lane. Oh. Lost Lane. Let's look that up real quick. They're a titty streamer. Just kidding. Or Loey Lane? Oh, look, yeah, I was gonna say, there she is. How's Loey doing? I haven't seen Loey in forever. Seems like her channel is doing good. Does she stream ever? Let's see. Streamed 6 minutes ago. These scary TikToks will crawl into your dreams. Do not watch alone. So she just reacted to TikToks all the time? Oh, she watches Bizarre Bub too. Nice, dude. That's cool. That's cool. I hope she's doing good. The only way to make it through a night shift. I got you, bro. Yeah, I think Loey still seemingly, yeah, 100,000 views on every video is pretty sick. Alright, yeah, sorry, I got distracted. Alright, next. But once I started to really fight back, I was able to get her off of me. I'd always been the taller and more athletic of the two of us, and although it was by no means easy, it wasn't long before I had Gina overpowered. And after that, it was my turn to yell, for her to calm the heck down before I started hitting her back. She struggled a lot, and she even started trying to bite me at one point, but then once she started to tire out, she actually started talking. And then when she started talking, I was able to calm her down by asking her what the hell had gotten into her. And that is when Gina broke down. I won't bore you with all the little details of what came after, but let's just say that Gina doesn't live in the trailer park anymore. She lives somewhere a little closer to home and lives a pretty regular life considering her circumstances. I guess the weirdest aspect of the whole thing for me personally is how Gina is still into UFOs and other such alien phenomena, but she now enjoys it in a very healthy kind of humorous way and doesn't let it take over her life. And what she went through, her obsession and delusions I mean, were a manifestation of some much more deep-seated problem, one that started when she began to believe that her life had no purpose. It was compounded by grief that she felt as having lost her grandma, too, something she realized that she wasn't over until after the big fight we had. And she volunteers with animals now, and we still hang out from time to time whenever each of us is free. Gina sometimes apologizes for attacking me that night after she lost her mind, but I tell her it's all water under the bridge. Besides, it takes a lot more than just some fisticuffs in the desert to ruin a friendship as perfect. This has really took a weird turn. Not the choking part, but just the fact that she just like abruptly goes back to being normal after like being obsessed with aliens and choking her friend's neck. Besides, it'd take a lot more than just some fisticuffs in the desert to ruin a friendship as perfect as ours. What story are we on? This is story... That was story 2. That was story 2 of 3. Yeah, Gina's literally in the chat. Gina, what made you go from almost killing your friend over aliens to just living a normal life? I thought they were gonna say, wait, I don't understand, like, choking her, talked. I figured she was gonna end up in a psych ward or something. Yes, I was just amazed by the 100k views. That's awesome and funny. They were like, that's enough. What are you talking about? 100k viewers on who? Look at all those chickens. I drugged you. I'm sorry. You're like a rehab or something. Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does. It's so funny when people like leave comments that kind of, I mean, I understand that's kind of like the concept of memes, but just those people who leave comments on some particular video on Instagram and they'll be like, this would have done numbers on Vine back in the day. And it's just like, shut the fuck up. Can you not think of any unique form of commentary that you have to just like copy what people are saying? Like the worst is whenever like someone says something in like, especially in the YouTube comment sections, like the YouTube comment sections of like short videos are the most disconnected, brain dead crap ever. And like they'll say something like maybe a joke, and then like literally somebody will like steal the joke under them and get like as many updates. It's just like, come on guys, test the bounds of your creativity. Think of something fucking funny. And even doing night shifts tonight, I hope you sleep like a baby when you get home, ached relaxing with your favorite thing to watch plus your favorite snack, and you snuggle up cozy in bed. Yippee. Me too. I hope that happens too. For everybody. I hope everybody gets some sleep tonight. And then upon getting the sleep, I hope they wake up and they eat pancakes. With protein in it. Oh, devil, it's all good. I'm just joshing. I've been telling people when I make a joke, I'm just joshing. And they're like, is your name Josh? I'm like, no, it's not. It's not. But it turns out Josh was the funniest guy you've ever met. To the point where people... I'm not going to make pancakes tomorrow. Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. Alright, sorry. I'm joshing. Who's up joshing? So a long time ago, when I was a much younger man, I used to ride a motorcycle around the country while living as something of a nomad. I could write a whole book on the reasons why I chose to live like that, so I'll just skip over all that in favor of telling perhaps the creepiest, most frightening story from all of my combined travels. I used to stop at all kinds of places. Hotels, motels, holiday inns, as they say. But sometimes I didn't get lucky enough to find a soft mattress or a locked door, and I had to either beg, borrow, or steal a place to sleep. One time in Wyoming, I drove for miles and miles through the night and didn't see so much as a gas station for hours on end. And then finally, I rolled into this little one-horse town which had a bar that looked like it was still open. A reliable way of finding a couch to sleep on could be to buy a barfly a couple of beers and then offer to drive him back home in exchange for a place to rest. And this was generally pretty safe, as 99% of the time they passed out upon contact without soft... What the fuck? You could just suck his cock. Could just suck his fucking cock. Who's up joshin'? I'm just jolling around. What is English cream? Oh my god, you don't want to know. Only Prince Charles knows that. What mic do I use? The one you're hearing me right now is called a Neumann TLM 103, but that's just for streaming. And like if I ever do any professional voiceover bullshit, but then the narration that you're hearing is in the videos is the H4n Pro. Neumann. Who's that Willie and they Wonkas? God, if you guys could, would you jump into a big pool of like warm chocolate? Now you could eat some of it too. What's up, Gold Fry? My canned pancakes bring all the roids to the yard, and they're like, I wish I could eat. Yeah, I feel like I would jump in warm chocolate, honestly. Because you could just kind of swim around. I have like a low-key feeling it could be good for the skin. Can't verify that. It's probably be milk chocolate, but the question is, would dark chocolate work better? But I feel like I'd be opening my mouth and sucking some of it up. You probably have to lower yourself down, probably. Hot tub style. A dive in there, I genuinely feel like could result in death. Like something about the viscosity of it would suddenly surprise you, and you would go too deep and try to get back up, and like something about the density wouldn't allow you to make it to the surface or something. I actually just ate a whole milk chocolate bar. Dude, let's go. Are you doing anything for Halloween? This was generally pretty safe, as 99% of the time they'd passed out upon contact with any soft surface, and I actually got to take a shower and help myself to whatever was in the fridge before getting a few hours of shut-eye. Now, I wasn't stealing. I'd always ask if I could make myself at home, and for the most part, no one ever meant me any harm. But there's always that one little exception that proves the rule. And so I was rolling through the middle of nowhere when I saw that bar that I mentioned, and I figured it's my one solid option for finding a place to sleep. I park my bike outside and head through the doors, and right away I can see my candidate leaning up against the bar, and he's this big, tubby guy, like a red-headed Santa Claus, and he's sharing a hearty laugh with the bartender who's referring to him by name. I sat a few bar stools down from him, ordered a beer, and then a few minutes later, and since he hadn't seen me around before, he got to asking where I was from. I told him my story, bought him a beer when he ran dry, and then before long, we were talking like old friends. We swapped stories, talked sports, and then eventually the bartender very lovingly told us both to get lost. And he told me his wife was at his sister's, so he didn't even have to ask permission for some hairy biker to sleep in the guest room. And since I'd only had a couple of beers, I gave red-headed Santa, who told me his name was Ron, a ride home on my bike. We went inside, had a couple of more beers, and then after showing me to the guest bedroom, Ron bid me a good night. I should have been out by the moment my head hit the pillow, but there was something Ron said just before we called it a night that kept on sort of replaying in my mind. He asked a few more questions regarding what I was doing, and maybe it was the beer having loosened up my tongue, but I told him how being a rolling stone meant that I had many contacts, but no constants in my life. And what I meant by that could perfectly be summed up in one of the questions Ron asked before we retired. We were talking, and he's posing all sorts of questions here and there when he suddenly asked me, "So, say something happened to you. You're telling me there's no one that'd come looking for you?" And it was a point of pride for me at one point, being truly independent and living off the grid, as they say. It was just me, my bike, and the road ahead of me. But there was some downsides to that too. Downsides I didn't completely explore with Ron that evening, but he sure as hell seemed to pick up on them with that question of his, And the way he looked at me before we called it made me think that it wasn't entirely one of those more casual questions. I guess it was an additional effect of those beers, that and my lack of alcohol tolerance at this point, which had that warning feeling creeping. Hey Daniela, what's up? What is good in the hood? Do. What's up, Chad Bun? You've been here all night. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for sticking with me for 4 hours. I used to oppress chocolate fairly regularly. You shove it in your mouth and let it melt. Chocolate pants came down with disease this year. Prices up. Oh my god. Damn. Where's all the good economic news? Just got home from seeing Yellow Card. Memories from when we were young. Oh, that's awesome. I remember Yellow Card would always play Ocean Avenue, that song, like every time I went into like a theater to see a movie. Ocean Avenue would come on as like sort of like a pre-rolling advertisement for like all the theaters' various random stuff, you know. And I remember it would just like play over and over and over again because we were always like a fucking half hour early for the movie. It was just really annoying. I wish like pre-movies, I get that they play ads and stuff like that, not just in the previews, but like the actual pre-movie startup. But I wish they would actually like just play like a solid thing you could stare at, you know, that has a storyline, is like kind of interesting. Yeah, what's in white chocolate specifically that makes it taste so much different than milky chalky? Why do you have a problem with short people? Me? I would never have an issue with short people. I need them to crawl into small holes and fight the mice for me. Fight the gnomes. Hawthorne Heights might have been playing too. What was the headliner? I don't remember. Like the movie? Joel, LA or Toronto? I don't know. I have no idea. I think they're both infected. And why did I spit on you? I didn't see you down there. I had a chaw in. This co-op I would shop at had a whole aisle of small maker chocolate. What's small maker chocolate? Like local chocolate? World Series Game 3 tomorrow night. Who you got? Yeah, who's winning? I know Ohtani's like kind of the freak beast of pitching and hitting. I guess it was an additional effect of all those beers. That and my absolute lack of alcohol tolerance, which had that warning feeling creeping up on me so slowly. But as I lay there, I realized that I was better getting back on the road than just laying there trying to sleep. And I wasn't great at trusting regular people anyways. Sometimes I prefer to sleep outside than pass out in front of some sketchy strangers. So when the feeling hit, I rolled out of... So when the feeling hit, I rolled out of bed and quietly started to get dressed. I put on my shirts and pants. I actually do have... Oh my god. Oh, that's why you asked me. Yeah, LA Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays. Duh, my bad. I thought you meant like the towns themselves, and I'm like, I don't want to go to either of those places. I remember the Hate Breed show at the venue. Don't think that they were playing the Yellow Card or Hawthorne. What's Hate Breed? You heard your first gunshot in Seattle. Yikes. Scary. Are you sure it wasn't fireworks? Have you ever had to moderate a moderator? Sometimes, like, some of them, like, have to let them know not to overdo it, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes they could get, like, hyper-fixated on one person. I don't know. Just tell them to, like, chill out a little bit. Singular pant. I'm gonna put on my pant. Yeah, sometimes Fry goes nuts, bro. And I gotta say, Fry, I need you to cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. So when the feeling hit, I rolled out of bed and quietly started to get dressed. I put on my shirt and pants and then was working on putting on my boots when I heard a noise coming from outside the highway. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with my brain? Singular pant is just a skirt, that's true. I have to thank you when I can't sleep very well. Plus, you help me concentrate when I drive. That's good. I'm glad I don't make you sleepy while you drive. That would be bad. But thank you, friend. Good to see you. I put on my shirt and pants, and then I was working on putting my boots on. And then I heard a noise coming from outside in the hallway. Any other time, I'd have figured that it was just the homeowner going to drain the main vein, so to speak, and it wouldn't have spooked me in the least bit. But that time, hearing that creaking floorboard had me freezing solid with my bootlaces mid-tie. I didn't move. I didn't speak. All I knew is that there was someone outside the bedroom door, and they weren't moving. I didn't know if it was Ron, someone who'd broken in, or Ron's wife having come home early from her sister's. And so there was a good few seconds where I didn't know what the hell I should do. But when I tied my boots and got onto my feet, Ron decided for me. He was covered in overalls and some kind of mask when he burst into the room, but I could just tell from his shape that it was him. He came barreling towards me with the... Old Star Ouija Board 42, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Same with Wes Agony. You also have access to bonus content. Thank you, thank you. Anyone out there? I need to know if I hallucinated the boots with the fur. I think you did. All the mods I've ever seen on YouTube are just the main trolls. That's true. They're definitely the most devoted to the cause. My comrades. Who wants to be put into camps? Apple bottom jeans. Poops with the fur. He was covered in overalls and some kind of mask when he burst into the room, but I could tell just from the shape that it was him. He came barreling towards me with some kind of mallet in his hands, but thanks to the amount that he had to drink, his swings were powerful, but very inaccurate. I ducked one way, dodged the next, and then slipped behind him to try and wrap an arm around his neck. I did enough hand-to-hand training in the Corps to get that done no problem, but what I wasn't expecting was Ron to simply fall back on his ass and crush me half to death in the process. It didn't just knock the wind out of me, it damn near broke my spine as 300 pounds of muscle and beer gut slammed me against the hardwood. I had to make sure that I wasn't broken in half before I tried getting up, but by the time I tried, it was already too late. Ron didn't get up. He just kind of rolled over so he was still on top of me, and then I'm still not sure why he tried this, but his choice of finisher was trying to stuff his fingers into my mouth, I guess to try and suffocate me. And here's where I figured the booze had impaired his reasoning skills a little too much, because I could still breathe, and it gave me the chance to bite down on those fingers of his. Ew. Some fat, disgusting guy in overalls and a mask, shoving his big biker fingers into your mouth. Delicious. Maybe you won't betray me again next time. What's happening? Yeah, it's a Pittsburgh delicacy. A Pittsburgh hot dog. Pittsburgh hot dog attack. Here's where I figured the booze had impaired his reasoning skills a little too much, because I could still breathe, and it gave me the chance to just bite down on those fingers of his as hard as I could. And when I sank my teeth into his flesh, Ron let out a scream so loud that I thought it had burst my eardrums. He then pulled his fingers out of my mouth so hard that it threw him off balance a little, just enough for me to roll out from under him while he nursed his bleeding fingers. And upon seeing me get up, he tried to do the same, but being unable to put any weight on that hand I bit, I was able to get the jump on him. I sent the toe of my boot into his chin, knocking the mask off of his face, but my first kick failed to knock him out. The second, though, this one did the job, and after another almighty swing of my boot, Ron was out cold and snoring. I remember watching some blood bubble at his nostrils as I put my clothes on as fast as I could. I was terrified that he'd wake up and we'd have to dance that same dance all over again. But once I was dressed, I ran for my bike. Now I could have robbed the guy. Hell, I could have killed him. But all I wanted to do was get as far away as possible, because it's not just in the movies that cops don't like drifters. Take kindly to drifters. Shouty get low, 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 low. There's a creepy death scene in that show Hannibal where a woman forced her hand and arm down someone's throat. Holy shit. And what do? Do you like rip out their shit, or is it just like slowly suffocate them, I assume? Alright. Google Docs. I'm going to read my outro. Wasn't there someone that wanted me to read something at the end of it? They paid me $12 to do that. I wonder why the person thought about robbing him. Maybe you've done it before. He's like, or, you know, if you almost get killed by someone, you kind of just want, like, the ultimate fuck you, I guess, is, you know, killing them back. But you know, there might be a moment in time where you're like, fucking steal this guy's shit. On my stream all day, my throat would explode. Should've get low, low. Aaron, something is the greatest. That's right, I don't remember. They left. They were supposed to remind me. We'll give them a second, but if they don't show up, you guys have to think of something funny. Autism Reeves from... Oh, is that what it was? Austin Reeves is badass? How do you remember that? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. And if you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links are down in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, Austin Reeves is the greatest. Oh shit, yeah, I did forget to go get my tea and magnesium, but Oh yeah, go subscribe to Saturn Soul, guys. That would make me ever so happy. Oh my god. We're up there. I think we're at 25,000 subscribers on Saturn Snow. Pretty crazy, if that's me. I think it, like, as a channel, has like a really strong chance of going somewhere. But it's really funny, like, people will comment like, this sounds just like Let's Read. Did you use AI? And it's like, bro, it's me. Relax, it's me, buddy, it's me. Joel didn't mag up. Guess you're in trouble with God. Yeah, probably. Anyways, is there anything else you guys want to talk about before I go? Anything of interest in the world, or you want me to talk about Al-Qaeda and how I'm joining them? Sorry, that's the mic arm moving. When I move it to the side, it makes a squeal like it's a little hurt animal. Let's talk about Preparation H. Carbon credits in the UK. Yeah, don't do it. I don't want it. I don't want to be living in 50-minute snitties. I thought that was me screaming. At least it wasn't too loud. Any update on the collab with Secede? That's a good question. You know, I thought about him the other day, and no real update. You know, it might be. I might have to check in with him, I guess, in like another couple months or something like that. I don't know. I'd hate to like push the guy or anything. I mean, but at the same time, the way I paid him was like, you know, a certain amount up front and then a certain amount later. So, I mean, if he I already paid him, but I mean, if he finishes, he gets the rest. So that's hopefully like somewhat motivating. But I do genuinely believe that he's a good person. He talks a lot like Robin, you know, just a good, what do they call it over there? Someone from the Netherlands. What are they? They're like just a nice Viking, I suppose. How do you do your magnesium? I use a spritzer blended with essential oils. It's like what is it? Magnesium glycinate or something like that. I don't really take that much because I started Nordic. Yeah, he's a nice Nordic fella. Hey, listen. So, yeah, I haven't been taking as much of the mag because I noticed that it was having a bit of an opposite effect on me in a weird way. But I also took some of that like tea time stuff, like the cocoa stuff that has magnesium in it and other things for sleep, and that seems to be like really good. I honestly, if I ever start like another like brick and mortar style company, I feel like that's going to be the one I would make, is like a nice relaxing tea, like cocoa tea for night. But I mean, I guess you're kind of competing with a already existing market, but maybe just like using my platform, it could be successful. Do a bakery. I would, if it wasn't like, I don't know, if I didn't have to go in there every fucking day. I mean, it would be kind of cool to have a nice little coffee cafe. If it was in the right like location, you would just like need someone to like, you know, someplace to get your baked goods, and then you just like make your coffee and just have a place for people to chill, and I don't know, an apothecary, yeah. So croissants and baguettes. Did you know that the croissants, like it's really big in France, but did you know that the croissant came from Austria? Ain't that interesting? Boulangerie. Sell drugs, good money, yeah. Guess there's still time. We're gonna use YouTube to launder the money. Just kidding. Let's talk about my alcoholism. I only ever have alcoholism like once or twice a year. And just for fun. This is my intervention. What if I was a drunk? What if I was like an alcoholic drunk and I had no idea? I'm like, oh fuck. You guys are right. I gotta chill out. I'd love to wake up early and visit a bakery, but I don't run one. but I don't want to run one. Well, maybe. Well, yeah, I don't know. Being some of those people who have to, like, I don't know, like, basically wake up every day and, like, cook insane shit just to, like, maximize it, you would, I don't know, have to be able to, like, deliver it long distances and all that kind of stuff. I'm not an alcoholic. Alcoholic goes to meetings. I should do a fragrance ads. Oh, dude, that's actually a great idea. Because fragrances, right, everyone has one, right? It's not like it's oversaturated, but it's oversaturated to the point that, like, someone's gonna buy it, right? And you can charge, I don't know, I guess I wouldn't be like Jeremy Fragrance or anything of that nature. I don't know. There's gotta be a better way for me to, like, monetize something. You know, I know everyone always does that, like the Mr. Beast chocolate bullshit and all that kind of stuff. What's my fragrance? I don't know, I just spray straight pheromones on my body and make people go nuts. Their eyes glaze over and they just fall to their knees. The difference is I spread my intake through the entire day instead of all at once. Your intake of what? Hygiene or perfumes. Onion cologne. Holy shit, yeah, like Shrek cologne. Shrek deodorant that just makes your underarms smell like onions. Crossing/bus stop is perfect location for bakery. Yeah, like some place that you can, like, mark it out where the foot traffic is gonna be, you know? But I've just seen so many businesses that just, like, try some shit like that and I don't know, they just get fucked. It's just too much. But then there's random... Dude, I remember there was, like, this one pizza place that was always just, like, insane. Late at night, people coming in, going, like, just... you know, because it had, like, space, right? It had, like, space out front for people to, like, sit, but then foot traffic could continue in front of the areas where people would sit. And then just the trajectory at which people entered into the store. It was like you entered from one door, got your pizza, exited the other door. It was just like, here, it's $1, you know, or whatever the fuck, like, keep going. But then they moved literally across the street, and now just, like, nobody ever goes there. And I don't know, you feel bad. They were, like, completely dominating forever. Remember when vaping was a thing? I need to get into vaping. Vitamin E goo. When I was in high school, boys would go crazy with the Axe spray. Yeah, bro. Post-gym, that was the shit. Cover me up. And then sometimes somebody would have, like, a unique scent that wasn't completely just Axe body spray, and you're like, okay, Mr. Fancy. Oh, shit. People always ask me what my scent I'm wearing, and I had a Japanese exchange student visit and was obsessed, so I ended up giving her a full bottle. That's awesome. I feel like Japanese people are just so nice. I'm so fortunate to live in the pizza mecca, Southern Connecticut, Sally's and Frank's. Pepe's? Dude, oh man, I would love that. I need to go travel around and just rate pizzas. Alright, friends. Well, that was fun. That was for a solid over 4 hours there. As usual, I'm going to get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access to all the audio I record. And then I'm going to get it up on YouTube, same time, same place. It's Monday, 9 p.m. EST. Once again, go subscribe to Saturn Soul. It's my true crime channel. Otherwise, hit that notification bell. It always really helps if you watch a video right when it comes out. So that should, like I said, be out at 9 p.m. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date whenever I go live. I post my story when I'm going live, so you don't, always need to hit the notification over here. But otherwise, love you guys. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. The world will get better, but you're the one that has to make it as such. Goodbye, good night, later.